Good morning and a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I would request you all to please take your seats as we will be beginning shortly. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all to please be seated. We will begin in the next minute. We will begin the day with the recitation from the Holy Quran.
قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
And now I'd like to request you all to please rise for the national anthem of Pakistan. I welcome you all to day 2 of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit, day 2. So the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit 2024 themed Collaborating for Growth is a flagship platform of the Nutshell Conferences, and it is in its 7th edition this year. The platform itself is unique. It is one of a kind because it attracts elite leaders from around the world who come together in Islamabad to have sessions, talks, discussions, deliberations about the most pressing topics of the times. The conference is co-hosted by Unity Foods. Our platinum partner is Faysal Bank, and our strategic partners are InfraZamin Pakistan, and we thank them for their support. Since this is a hybrid conference, it is streamed live all across the world, and the live streaming links can be seen on the ticker below. Along with that, you can show us your support and appreciation by hashtagging all the content that you share on social media. The hashtags are Leaders in ISB, and the second hashtag is Collaborating for Growth. We had a fantastic start to the conference yesterday, and I would like to recap a little bit of what went on. So we had a brilliant presence from the public and private sector. They all spoke about very, very interesting topics about climate and infrastructure, the way forward for the power and energy sector, and digital innovation, transformation, and digital infrastructure management. Today, we will continue with the same pace, and we will talk about more pressing issues and those that will hopefully create better pathways for growth in the future, kind of elaborate on how we can collaborate for better things, all under one roof here at the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. I'd like to introduce the first panel. It is a dialogue on forging the future. I will first request the panelists to come on stage, followed by the moderators. Introducing Konstantin Makarov, Senior Executive Officer, Starlink Middle East and Africa, Strategic Advisor, Global Markets, Van Tool Companies, and Perry Ellis International. Please join us on stage. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A distinguished figure in the realm of global business strategy and international markets, with an illustrious career spanning strategic advisory roles across various sectors, Mr. Makarov serves as the Senior Executive Officer at Starlink, overseeing operations in the dynamic regions of Middle East and Africa. Welcome. I would now like to request our second panelist, Mr. Arshid Saeed Hussain, Managing Director, Oxford University Press, to come join us on stage. Mr. Saeed has been with Oxford University Press Pakistan since 2018, with over 25 years of leadership experience in pharmaceuticals, FMCG, and life sciences. Mr. Hussain brings a wealth of expertise to this role. Our next panelist is Dr. Zishan bin Ishtiaq, Chief Executive Officer, Shifa International Hospital. Welcome on stage, sir. A distinguished healthcare leader with a rich background in healthcare management and quality assurance, Dr. Zishan leads a 500-bed JCI-accredited multi-specialty facility where he consistently raises healthcare standards and fosters a culture of excellence. And finally, our moderator for the panel, Dr. Shahid Mahmood, Chairman and CEO, Interactive Group of Companies. I'd like to welcome you on stage, sir. A visionary leader and innovator in the telecommunications, information technology, and wireless media infrastructure sectors in Pakistan, he has over 33 years of experience. Dr. Mahmood is the founder, CEO, and chairman of Interactive Group, where he focuses on utilizing systems integration and optimized connectivity to address critical societal needs in health, education, and public safety. We welcome you all, and we look forward to an amazing panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, and a very good morning to this second day. I know 9 o'clock is a real challenge to be in an August house like this, but what convinces me is when I see all of you present that we are very keen on our future. So the challenge that has been given to me with a very illustrious panel And I'm glad that we have within them.
My apologies, we have one more panelist amongst us that I have missed out. Apologies once again, Mr. Ali Khizr, Head of Research, Business Recorder. A prominent economist and business analyst with 2 decades of experience in economic analysis and commentary, Mr. Khizr is renowned for his expertise in managing economic research teams, leading projects, and producing insightful reports and columns. Once again, please, an applause for the panel.
I'm glad, Ali, that you are here, because I was going to miss out on, the research work that you've been doing. So the challenge is, how do we forge our future? So before I ask our panelists to give their own opinions, one, we are very short on time, so we will try and keep it as best as we can, so 10 minutes each. I will try and put a picture and a cap, because when you talk about the future, you can keep going and keep going and do interplanetary movements, but we will take it to 2100, and I would try and set the stage and then get expert opinion first from a global perspective. And Makarov is here. He has a very good understanding. And then I'll ask Ali to give a little bit of how does he think from all his research background. Then from a human resource, emergency, and all those perspectives, we have Arshad Saab. And obviously, unless and until you don't have the right health, we have Dr. Zishan. So hopefully the panel will be able to cover where we look at our future. So let me set a picture, because I believe that with hindsight knowledge, if you want to do some foresight work, you need to have some parameters. So whatever my humble research is, I'll try and share with you and then get your perspectives. So times will change. And as history has taught us, till 1900, we were 1 billion people. By 2100, we will be 11.4 billion people. Same earth, same resources, and yet we have to all juggle between these resources. The question is, the religions have been there. We've all wanted to be living peacefully, but dynamics of who has what, where are the resources, how you capture the resources, what you do, changes the geopolitical framework. In the next 76 years, because I'm capping it at 2100, the world will interestingly change from where the population is based. So the population will end up in Africa, 40%, and 42% in Asia. The world's economic barometer will also change. The Europeans would want to invest back in the Gulf and Africa and Asia, India being today recipient of investments from 162 countries, adding $1 trillion, but with its population base and its dynamics, has its own challenges. Then comes, because we will be adding 11 billion people from 1900 to 2100, in 200 years, every 10 to 12 years, we add another billion people, and the capping is at about 11.4 billion. Resources that are there are actually hampering the climatic environment, how we used our resources, how we process them to meet the needs of the humans, as the social impact has had this impact on our ecological system. Climate change then becomes very, very critical, because out of the 9 tipping points, we've already tipped 6. So we need to balance it. We all agreed in 95 with the Paris Convention, and 2030 brings that up. How do we manage our carbon footprint? How do we manage our climate? How do we manage Earth? That is another challenge. The third very serious challenge, and because Pakistan sits on the tip of the 2 challenges, one being India, the new manufacturing hub, on top being China, the new carbon footprint, now moving with the oil-producing Gulf, where the standards are really high. North America, South America will be about 10%. Europe will be 6% of the population base. And then comes the Indian Ocean, where the future game is going to be played. So you have climatic conditions, you have a population base. And when the population base I talk about further moves into Africa in a manner that they will have the youngest population there. There will be several nations who will have people above 65. And what we talk about as our youth bulge, even Pakistan will have 17% of its population above the age of 65. The challenge with Pakistan will be that we will be, in the next 76 years, addressing a completely new generation, the alpha generation. This generation is tech savvy because technology today is pushing at a pace because each human being an emitter of data. And with the algorithms, today we are on generative AI, we will be on super AI, and super AI can go to the level of machines and AI tools emulating human emotions, sentiments, and understanding. So here is a world where you will incorporate a chipset because that would be the fastest way to capture certain domains as knowledge. And there will be cyborgs, robots, and humans, the three categories. How do you differentiate between the three and how do you keep them ethically balanced? I am glad that Markov is here because the scientific knowledge, the understanding of true sciences will become very critical. Do we need these people to better manage, or these machines to better manage the Earth's resources for us, where we are planning to go explore other planets for resources, or can we manage our own Earth? And while we are doing this, the cluster of humans will be on the west coast of Africa and, the west coast of India and the east coast of Africa. Majority of the urbanized population of the world will be in this cluster. Pakistan in itself will have 120 million people living in 8 cities. If we look at Karachi today, it will be touching over 40 million people. How do you manage this urban-centric mindset? How do you manage technology, which will have from nano to all kinds? I don't want to go into that because it will take longer. Technology playing its role, population playing its role, and climate change playing its role. So these are the dynamics. And here is sitting Pakistan, which will have over 400 million people. And it will have the potential of balancing because it's sitting right in the center of the two future races. I mean, Africa, Asia, and India, driver of the new manufacturing. How do we manage ourselves? Because only when we do this foresight and we have beliefs in ourselves can we progress. So with that, I will end. And I'm very fortunate that we have a very learned colleague from the global world, understands these markets. And Markov, I would like you to start by giving a perspective on how do you look at things in the coming future.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Nutshell, for organizing the event. It has been tremendous to be here and to have very interesting conversations so far. So when I was asked to be on this panel, I would like to ensure that we all understand I'm going to provide my personal opinion based from an investor and an investment context, not from an academic context and not from a political correct context. So I think it's critical that we set the stage. So the way I see the future, as you have set the stage perfectly, there are 5 key trends within what we call emerging markets, which soon to be the markets. And I think the word emerging will drop. One is digital transformation. We've heard a lot about it so far. And that it really does have to do with rapid growth in digital services. That has to do everything from e-commerce to fintech to remote work solutions. And this really is being driven by our youth. And when we say our youth, that's 30 and under. They have grown up with the internet. They have grown up with devices in their hands. And I think the disparity between those that have connectivity, that's real time and fast, and those that do not is quickly shrinking. Access to information is a thing of the past. Information is readily available. And I think from a policy perspective, we are seeing trends of investment by authorities and governments into how to ensure that information flow is managed and controlled in some aspects. Second is urbanization and infrastructure development, which is critical and I think addresses some of the points that have already been made. Emerging markets are witnessing significant urban growth that has a plus and a minus. This drives demand for improved infrastructure, which currently is not supporting that rapid growth, which provides a real strain on real assets, predominantly housing, and transportation solutions. As we're talking about addressing environmental requirements as well as the movement of the people, investment in transportation will be a critical pillar to any growth and economic development in a region. Demographic shifts. Now, this is the one that I personally view as the most critical. The young population in many emerging markets present a dynamic consumer base and an exciting opportunity, but at the same time requires substantial investment in education and employment opportunities. Education, not for education's sake. There has been a tremendous shift to technical education. The world only needs so many lawyers and accountants. We still need welders, we still need builders, and we need construction workers. And all those positions and those professions will change and shift as our world is changing to become more technologically savvy and more tech-focused. So a construction worker of yesterday is not the same as a construction worker of tomorrow. And unless we properly focus resources, both private sector as well as public sector resources, in ensuring that our youth is properly educated, not educated for namesake only, that can become a real challenge in the future. Environmental focus. There's been a lot of talk and focus on ESG. This is not the type of environmental focus that I'd like to talk about. We have policies currently looking at lowering our carbon footprints and I would say long-term strategical initiatives. From an investment perspective, what we're looking at is defensive hardening of infrastructure to address imminent environmental impacts. That means if you're looking at the world in the last 6 months, we've seen flooding where I currently live in Dubai, which probably most of us did not expect to ever see, which has had tremendous impact in a very modern city that did not have appropriate defensive measures to protect infrastructure, even for the what's called the black swan events that do not happen often. I think when we're looking at the future of population centers as correctly laid out, they're all coastal and are all susceptible. So one element is strategic initiatives to lower our carbon. Another element is how do we harden our existing infrastructure to withstand potential shocks. And the fifth, I like, in my world, everything I divide into 5 different categories. So a shift in global supply chain. Now, this is an immense opportunities for countries that are not China. There has been a tremendous learning point thanks to COVID. We have to find positives in even the most dire situations. And an over-reliance on a singular source has proven an epic point of failure for the world. So that diversification of supply chains for some of the clients that I personally advise and that we work with is an extremely important point where both nation states as well as large conglomerates are looking to diversify where they source from. And unless you have the previous 4 points addressed, education, capable workforce, resilient cities, and resilient industries, the countries that do not participate in improving the previous 4 will not be the beneficiaries of the 5th, and that is the expanding of the global footprint from where the world buys their products and services. I think that's sufficient to start the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely gives us a very good perspective. I would like to jump to the end first, sir, if you allow me, because I think it is relevant at this stage to have Ali's input with years of understanding and research background with Business Recorder and your other activities. You understand the macro picture of where we stand as Pakistan, as well as what are our capabilities in the corporate sector. I would like your views, and then we can go on.
Thank you for having me here in this panel. And it's a very, very interesting panel and a very thoughtful topic. What we are here to debate about, forging the future, and where do we stand in Pakistan? I mean, I don't need to tell anything. The economic conditions which everyone in this room is facing for the past couple of years is the manifestation of what kind of economic, journey we are going through, and what kind of a pain we face through the stagflation we have, a low growth and high inflation era. And the problem with this that the past 30 odd years, at least, if not more, the Pakistan macroeconomic model has been miserably failed. The boom and bust cycle have been frequented, and the boom has shrunk over the period of time while the bust is elongated. So that's exact the opposite of what we need in the world. Like, that there are boom busts in the world, but booms are like for longer period and the bust for the shorter period. That's a correction, but we have the other way around. And then when we have one of the very high growing population at this stage, and the youth is high, and 65 to 70% is below 35 years of age, and all that, and then you have a very low literacy. Literacy in terms of the people having some kind of skill sets which can be used in a productive manner for the in today's world. So and then we have challenges on the health and all that, and the climate is one big area. So we have to think through in the past 30-40 years and how we need to steer through it. So we need some kind of sustainable financing in the form of investment, loans, and generation of foreign exchange revenues in the form of exporting revenues for the next years to have a sustainable growth, what the country badly needs to move away from this boom and bust cycle. So first we need to fix that issue. And before fixing that, we cannot move forward and think about enhancing the productivity, providing education, or providing the kind of platform for the youth that when in the next 30-40 years, when they become like 60-70 years, so they would have enough savings and they would steer the good for the future of the coming generation at that time. So what kind of financing we need? We've been through the IMF World Bank route, and I don't think so we should inspiring to continue in the next few decades as well. I mean, this is something is there for IMF is a lender of last resort, and its agenda is to keep you afloat in the global markets. So we need to move away from that. That doesn't mean that we don't need to go to the IMF when we need to, but we have to make ourselves this good that we don't need IMF. So what kind of financing option the country, what kind of investment the country should attract? So yesterday the finance minister was here, and I just I'll pick up his thought, and he said that he met Ajay Banga from the State Bank, from the World Bank, and he said that we need to work on a few things. The first thing he talked about that we need to get the financing on the climate resilience. So the climate change. So Pakistan, we all know that is a recipient of the greenhouse emission. Our own emission are much less than the kind of impact we are having in terms of the deteriorating air quality and changing temperatures, all those, and that is impacting our crop pattern. The low air quality is impacting the life in Lahore and surroundings. So we need to bring financing to change this course. So we need to change our transportation. We need to change our energy mix in a way that we're going to be more climate resilient in our lifestyle, and we need to get financing for that. Once we get financing for that, and we get adequate financing on that, so that could potentially replace the existing loans what we are getting even from the World Bank and all that on the program loan and on the project loan, which where we have seen that returns are not that high. And then the private sector is running on that, so we need to work on that. So that's the first area, I think, from the financing side where we can solve the macro issues is this. And the other thing which the finance minister yesterday talked about was the digitization. So, I mean, we all know that the other macro problem is that our revenues are short and the governance is poor. So address those two things is through digitization and documentation of the economy that can help you resolve the taxation issue, and overall digitization of the services and all that helps you to improve the governance. And these two factors are very important. And then I go much beyond on the digitization on those this. It's about, so we have a very high proportion of youth, as I discussed earlier, and you know all that. And we do not have a great facility of education and infotainment for them. So we need to find out solutions where the penetration of the internet and the smartphones, and we saw that Beyond and Mobilink are very active in this conference and generally in this. Yesterday they talked about those numbers and all that. So we need to provide some kind of a system where you can provide infotainment and you can pick up the global content over there, dub it and make it available, and use AI to provide customized solution to different age groups of different demographics and all that, where some needs health, some needs education, some need other areas. So in entrepreneurship and the business ventures, so provide them some kind of a skill set, some kind of a soft skills and all that, and that would translate them to convert them to generate revenues by providing services outside Pakistan and within the Pakistan, companies focusing on export and general improve productivity. So the digitization is something very important, which is to enhance the education and to health prevention and of course on the macro side, from where you can improve the governance and the documentation and here the climate resistance financing can give you that room to spend other things on the digitization. And the third thing is, again, which is linked to the above two, is about the human development. And so we need to work on using those digital tools and using those the resources which we can have to develop your youth and the young population to be productive on that. So sooner we do it, better it is, because if we fail to do so the way we failed in the past 30 years, then maybe in the next 30 years you would have a big liability of people in 50 to 70, 80 years, which we think of a youth today without any skill set, and we would have the challenge to feed them. And the country may deteriorate further down the drain in terms of the macro numbers, in terms of the per capita income and all that. So we need to think about it. We need to think about changing our own way of conventional thinking, as we missed the bus of those import substitutions started in the 1960s or the kind of change India or Indonesia started in 1990s. So we need to work on what today is offering, which the many things can go beyond border, and there are many common interests where Pakistan has much better thing to offer. It's a country of 250 million. It's a country where the climate is a big issue, and globally there is a resolve on improving that. So Pakistan get into that, and the connecting digitization digitally with the world can provide us to the best of education and health facility remotely. and then when we can mold our youth and young to move that forward, and maybe some of us be live by the time to 2050, and we'll be talking about that in the last 30 years, Pakistan has transformed the way we talk about the transformation of India, Indonesia, South Korea, China, and the people would be clapping on this, that Pakistan was at the verge of collapse in 1920s, and by 2020s, and by 2050 is one of the most the growing economies in the world, because they adapted to the new realities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. I think with our first two panelists, we have the global perspective and we have a clear understanding of what we need to do. One thing that we all know is we have the youth bulge to our advantage. We will add another 150 million by 2100. And these will be the alpha generation, very tech savvy. And that sets the stage for you, Arshad, having a tremendous background and understanding of how, from emergency sector to now Oxford Press, looking at online digital training, publications, understanding on how do you reskill, teach, and pass out to the community on the knowledge out there. How would you connect the two and sort of give us the perspective of what is the potential in Pakistan?
Thank you so much. So I'm glad that the earlier two panelists have highlighted the important role of education. And so before I start talking of forging the future, I would first like to set the context into where we are today. So Pakistan has 160 million people under the age of 30. That's 64% of our population. 26 million children out of school. That's the size of the population of Australia, the entire population of Australia. 26 million out of school children. Of the 55 million in school children at the moment, I think it's important to figure out where we are in terms of the children's understanding. What are they learning? And then we start talking about the future. We talk about the youth bulge as a huge asset to Pakistan. While it may be an asset, a young population, it's also a huge liability. These are mouths to feed, jobs to create. Our economy, as Khizr pointed out, is not growing at all. You've had negative growth. We're struggling to get out of our debt trap. And these are real challenges. So the next 75 years can be hugely transformative. It can either turn out into a disaster or it can become into a huge opportunity. The time to act is now. And I just want to give you another context into where our education system is at the moment. So, in terms of primary competencies in literacy and numeracy, there's this report called the USR report. And they assess the learning abilities of students in public sector and in private schools in Pakistan. And what this USR report tells us, and this came out some months ago, that a grade 5 student in a public sector school does not have the basic competency of a grade 2 student in terms of literacy and numeracy. So they can't read a sentence in English, or they can't do basic division. So that's the kind of education that we are imparting today to our children. we must understand that there is a huge, huge challenge. Now, what is the way forward, and how can organizations such as Oxford University Press and make a change or contribute? We need to very quickly revamp our education system. We need to embrace global best practices. We need to move away from the archaic system of rote memorization. Up till now, what's been happening is that our education system has been rewarding a child's ability to reproduce content. And our high-stakes examinations, the matriculation and intermediate, grade 10 and grade 12, उसमें क्या होता है? You are rewarded based on your ability to reproduce what is there in the textbook, not your understanding of the content, not your understanding of the curriculum. That's how our education system has developed, and that's what the kind of students we have been creating. Now, moving forward, the world is completely transformed. The education system in the world is transformed. You know, yesterday and today, people talked about artificial intelligence. You spoke about, how in the next 75 years, generative AI and much more, we're talking about robots and bots, and we need to be ready for that. And for that, we need to very quickly revamp the way we are teaching, the way we are educating our youth. And in that context, I'd like to introduce the concept of generative AI and the role that can play. So in terms of the future of education, a lot is happening. And so from the traditional classrooms, the brick and mortar structures, the world will move away from that into personalized learning, which will be AI-powered, adaptive learning, tailored to individual students' needs, abilities, and learning styles. Then virtual and augmented reality, so immersive experiences that stimulate real-world environments, making learning more engaging and interactive. Online and hybrid learning, which is flexible, accessible, blended learning models that combine online and in-person instructions. So a combination of textbooks and digital. Then we are looking at artificial intelligence-powered tutoring, which means that intelligent systems that offer real-time feedback and guidance to students. So a student can pace their learning journey as they're going along. Another very interesting concept is that of micro-learning, which is bite-sized, focused learning modules that cater to shorter attention spans and diverse learning needs. We all know that post the advent of social media, people's attention spans have reduced. Now we find it hugely challenging to sit down and read a 300-page or a 500-page book. So the way learning will transform and is transforming is that the world is moving towards micro-learning and bite-sized information. Gamification and game-based learning. Interactive, engaging, and fun learning experiences that encourage participation and motivation. Now, what's the role of the teachers going to be? You know, there's this whole debate on what will happen after AI comes in. Will the teacher become redundant? Our view there is that absolutely not. The teacher will continue to play a critical role in the students' learning journey, but from teaching hardcore content, their teaching will be based on social emotional learning for the student. The emphasis on developing essential life skills like empathy, self-awareness, and emotional intelligence. AI will never be able to replace these things. And that is what we need to train our youth towards. The other interesting concept in the future is going to be lifelong learning. You no longer require degrees even today in the jobs that are taking place in large global corporations like Google and Facebook. They don't require a university degree. So it's the concept of learning will completely transform, and now we all need to become lifelong learners. Virtual and remote laboratories, so online labs and simulations that provide hands-on experiences and experimentation opportunities. You don't need to go to a school, a brick and mortar school with labs and equipment. You can do that all virtually online. And that is how, the large youth that we've got, if we provide them with the right technology tools, and which are becoming very cheap, with 4G and then 5G, with a smart device, you'd be able to learn at home, at your pace, at your time. Data-driven education. So analytics and insights that inform instruction, identify learning gaps, and optimize education strategies. So for countries like Pakistan, which are lagging behind in education, we can use data and incorporate that to leapfrog and cover the education deficits if we are able to harness the technology in the right way. And finally, inclusive and accessible education. So technology-enabled learning that reaches a broader range of students, including those with disabilities. And also the young population, the current out-of-school population who are not able to go to school because unfortunately they need to supplement the family's income. Even those children can do distance learning at their own time, at their own pace, through the use of technology. So that's how I feel that Pakistan can transform and truly use artificial intelligence and the use of data and technology to leapfrog and towards a knowledge-based economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Arshad Saab. Dr. Zishan, it's not that we've forgotten you. I kept you till the end because, like they say, a healthy body with a healthy mind can only forge the future. So you have tremendous background in running one of the most amazing hospitals, Shifa in itself, and having taken it through all the accreditations, getting it done correctly for global standards. But you also see within the hospital the kind of patient load that you have, the kind of stresses the society is going through, because that transforms or translates into the disease pattern that you witness. It is very important for us as an audience to understand where the health sector is today and how are we going to, in the future, manage this alpha generation to be not depressed, but motivated to achieve the kind of results we want it to achieve. And can the health sector support their growth?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. So last but not the least, I think the stage is set. And there are there are a number of things that have already been mentioned. So I'll just build up on that. First and the foremost, whenever we talk about future, there are challenges. But in every challenge, there is an opportunity. The second thing is that usually when we talk about future, so we believe that things are complex. But how can we make them simple? And I think the simplest thing is that yes, there are challenges. Yes, there are problems. Yes, there are a number of stakeholders who everyone has to play his or her role in order to work as a team so that we can achieve a common goal. But at the end of the day, it is one person that matters. And health is something that is the most important component, because if we have a healthy society, then we will be able to have good outcomes not only for the nations but overall for the world. A lot has been said about technology. A lot has been said about AI. A lot has been said about, I think, Arshad mentioned about 5G, about robotics and all that stuff. So the same thing applies to healthcare as well. But historically, healthcare leaders, healthcare professionals, they are slow to adapt to technological advancements, especially how the care is being provided. But post-COVID era, I think the world has changed and people have realized that there are different ways and means of provide healthcare to the people. Now, there is more acceptability of telemedicine. There is more acceptability of AI. People have been talking about robotics, so that is also there. With 5G coming in, remote surgeries will also, they come into play. So there are a number of things that are happening as far as the healthcare sector is concerned. But there's also another thing, that is genetic engineering. That is also something what is coming in. And with all these things, with technological advancements, there become challenges. And one of the major challenge that comes across is ethical considerations. Because when we talk about AI, when we talk about genetic engineering, there are ethical considerations that needs to be taken care of. So for a healthcare sector, it is extremely important that we do not miss this important component of ethical considerations when we are dealing with human life. When we are dealing with important issues like reproduction, we are dealing with important issues like how to change the genetics or how to deal with the genome of an individual. So the ethical considerations is an important thing that we all need to take into consideration whenever we are talking about healthcare. And be it technological advancements, be it ethical considerations, be it how we are going to make sure that we are providing safe, efficient, effective, evidence-based, patient-centered, and timely healthcare to our individuals. This is not possible unless they are backed by tight or good policy making and rules and regulations. So for us, it is an extremely important time whereby we need to work towards how we are going to deal with our policy making, how we are going to deal with the rules and regulations at the national level. And yes, we don't have to reinvent the wheel is already there, but yes, there are certain things that are peculiar to us. How we are going to deal with that? There are issues with access to healthcare. There are issues with how we are going to provide healthcare to those individuals that are not there in the cities. Unfortunately, I want to stay positive, but we have challenges like we have one of the highest maternal mortalities in the world. Those women who come for labor, who come for delivery, unfortunately, they lose their lives. This is an easy fix that can be taken care of. Unfortunately, we have one of the highest infant mortalities in the world. So what can we do? And those things are not quite complex. It is just like we have to deal individuals, and we have to just keep that in mind, that yes, we can talk about all the economic issues that we have. Yes, we have all these challenges all around us. But at the end of the day, these are the people who matter. These are the individuals who make the societies. These are the individuals who make nations. These are the people who get things done. So we need to take care of our people. We need to make sure that today there is an opportunity that we have young population. There's an opportunity in the West. People are dealing with this challenge that they have aging population. We are fortunate to have young population. We just need to make sure that they stay healthy, that they remain healthy. And last but not the least, when I say, or when we say that these are the people who get things done, healthcare is a human resource industry or a human resource intensive industry. When we say that it is a human resource intensive industry, it means that we need to have the right mix of healthcare providers that are there, and we need to plan for it. We need to plan for it that it's not only about doctors, it's about nurses, it's about other healthcare professionals, it's about healthcare managers, it's about healthcare technicians, it's about healthcare policymakers. We need to have the right mix of individuals who can get things done for us, and as a nation, as a country, we need to plan for it. That's all what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zishan. I'm tight on time. I've already got a slip. I would have loved to get questions, but I think I would be fair. The questions can be done from the panel once we finish. But I would like one question from my side to all the five, the panelists. Where do you see Pakistan 2100? And I would like you to keep it very brief, 1 minute each, starting with you.
I would love to see Pakistan in the forefront of technological advancement and as a added value producer of products.
I see our young population as the driver for growth. So a lot of hope, and I see Pakistan as a leading economy, driving change and being at the forefront.
I think much has been said, but absolutely, it's Pakistan. There are huge opportunities, especially with our younger population. Pakistan has a lot of potential, and we are strategically placed. So we believe that we have a bright future, and inshallah, Pakistan will have a healthier population that will be taken care by at all levels, and that will contribute in the international community and will stand as one of the drivers of growth in the international markets.
I see Pakistan at the cusp of the change, both politically, socially, and economically. Economically, the way the brittle are, and as I talked about the boom and bust cycle, we need to change that through reforms. And politically, I mean, people have shown the awareness, and people have certain demand in their mind. They want the prosperity, social, economic prosperity going forward. Past and with the days when there was a romanticism of becoming something big in the Islamic world, or helping the neighboring Islam, the people and all that. But right now, the youth want their own prosperity, their own social security, and they demand that. So that is a big change, and there are the tools in the world which are available for you to do so. So I see we're gonna utilize those tools in terms of imparting us the skill set, in terms of improving our health sector, in terms of improving over our infrastructure, catering to the growing global needs of being more climate resilient. And I see the people are demanding these change. The youth is demanding this change. And the powers to be in this country would eventually provide what people need, and that would become the ladder to growth.
Thank you, Ali. I would, on behalf of Nutshell, Unity Foods, and all the sponsors, this amazing August House, would like to thank the panel for considerable insight. We were very tight on time, but alhamdulillah, we've managed it in 1 hour, what best we could do. I would hand it back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, panel, for a wonderful discussion. I think what we all hear loud and clear is that there's a youth bulge. Yes, it is an asset, but we need to invest in it so that they are primed and ready to go into the future and actually contribute towards the economic growth. So thank you all. I would now like to request Asfar Ehsan, Mr. Usman Yusuf, Dr. Amjad Waheed, Chief Executive Officer, NBP Funds, to please come on stage and distribute the souvenirs. We have the books ready, please. So we can start off with Mr. Konstantin Makarov. Dr. Amjad, if you could please hand over the souvenir to Mr. Konstantin Makarov. And Mr. Arshad Saeed Hussain. Dr. Zishan bin Ishtiaq. Mr. Ali Khizr. And the esteemed moderator for the panel, Dr. Shahid Mahmood. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? A wonderfully engaging discussion. Gentlemen, if you could please come together for a group photo. I would like to now announce our next session. It is a dialogue on leadership and strategy in the age of disruption. I'll begin by introducing Dr. Amjad Waheed, Chief Executive Officer, NBP Funds. Sir, please join us on stage. Dr. Amjad is a seasoned financial expert with a wealth of experience in investments and finance. He holds a doctorate in business administration with a major in investments and finance from Southern Illinois University, USA, and is also a chartered financial analyst. Can we please have a round of applause for Dr. Amjad Waheed? Joining Dr. Amjad on stage is Mr. Zarar Khan, Group Chief Business Solutions Officer, PTCL Group. The largest ICT company in Pakistan, he has over 20 years of experience. Mr. Khan has held leadership roles in telecom giants like STC Kuwait, where he led 5G deployment. At PTCL, he oversees ICT portfolio development, wholesale connectivity, and Uphone's corporate division. Welcome on stage, sir. I would now like to invite Saqib Ahmed, Country Manager Director, SAP Pakistan, Iraq, Bahrain, and Afghanistan. Saqib, the Managing Director for SAP Pakistan, has nearly 24 years of experience in IT and telecommunications. Mr. Ahmed has significantly expanded SAP's presence in Pakistan, driving digital transformation and surpassing growth targets. Can we please have him on stage? Oh, okay, sorry. And over to you, gentlemen.
Much. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic today is about leadership, strategy, and age of disruption. अच्छा ये जो age of disruption है ना, this is a very, very interesting phenomena. And I call it as a phenomena. You know, if I see people in this room, how many of them are under 25 in this room? Can we raise hand? Under 25. Hardly 5 out over there. And if I go further and if we say how many of them are under 30, yeah, another 5. So think over, in this age of disruption, we have people in this room which are majority of them plus 30. And what we are talking about, age of disruption with them. Talk about the era, you know. We are the people, usually we have kids today who are on a middle age at this point of time. हम अक्सर डिस्कशंस में ये बात सुनते हैं कि यार हमारी जनरेशन तो बहुत अजीब सी जनरेशन है क्योंकि हम हर वक्त अपने माँ बाप की भी सुनते थे और आज हम हर वक्त अपने बच्चों से भी सुनते हैं. And that's the kind of disruption that has happened in our daily life. Here we are not talking about disruption in technology. We are talking about that disruption in technology, what it has brought in our ecosystem, what it has brought in our social circle, it has brought in our social fabric. What we are talking about, the impacts on our day-to-day life when we are talking and connecting with people. What has happened on the religion and the culture that we are living in. When we talk about disruption, we are talking about our own core, what has happened. And you know, we have been challenged, we have been questioned, and we have been questioned on our core. Because the way this whole technological background is going to impact in our day-to-day lives, it's questioning us the way we are handling it. Sitting in a country like Pakistan, where the religion and culture has much more control in our day-to-day lives, and then the technology comes on top of that one, and we try to cover that technology and try to cover that base with that disruption that is bringing in our day-to-day homes as well. It's a difficult era. And we don't know what is right and what is wrong, because we don't know the impacts today. Let's be very clear, we are just going with the flow. What is happening and what technology is bringing, we are happy. Oh yeah, kuch time kam ho gaya. Koi access आसान हो गई. We are able to reach to the people more. Wow, that is something good. But what is happening in our lives, in our social fabric, we are still not clear. We don't know what the impact that it is bringing into our next generation that we are looking today. There are some small impacts that we see. We see now the kids of 5 or 6 years age having a lot of glasses, nazar ki glasses lagti chali ja rahi hain. We are saying, yeah, it is just because due to the fact, because they are using the screens more. Today, when the kid of 6 months old start using the mobile, we feel, wow, look at this kid, 6 months old, he's able to use the screen. What is the impact that is going to bring into the next generation? We are leaving that thing away because there is a leadership that a mother or a father that brings on that child, which will remain going to with him or her over the period of next 50, 60, 70 years. We have given it to that screen. That's a disruption. And we don't know if this disruption is going to impact again our culture. There is a big debate overall. Is the culture is driven by the religion, or the religion is driven and taking out a lot from the culture? And then there is another debate on top of that. How the technology is driving away the complete religious and cultural backgrounds as well. हम बहुत सी ऐसी चीजें जो हमारे सोशो इकोनॉमिकल नॉर्म्स के अंदर एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं थी, आज हमने उनको एक्सेप्ट करना शुरू कर दिया, बिकॉज द एज ऑफ डिस्ट्रप्शन इज कमिंग and it is questioning our leadership. This is leadership being questioned in our homes as parents and kids. This leadership is being questioned in our offices, where a young guy comes in and questions the way you have done your leadership over the period of 20 years, and he questions you, was it right? Or the norms through which you have achieved success. He is questioning that the modes of this disruption are changing so fast. Are we really doing it right? This is the discussion today in a dinner table. This is a discussion today in a group of friends sitting over our era and asking each other, am I doing something right? Am I doing something wrong? And that's the discussion today, ladies and gentlemen. And we have two very esteemed panelists over here. And let me start first, sir, with you. PTCL is a historical institution, let me say. It was there for a very long time, and it has been part of the journey of the change in trends that has happened over a period of time. Mm-hmm. How do you feel that is PTCL ready today, along with this age of disruption, and providing the right set of tools to the people to make the right decision?
True. Thank you, Saqib. I think if you look at the history of PTCL, and you started by quoting our history, so let me give you a short-term background to it. So PTCL was, it started its operation on the 15th of August, 1947. The head of PTCL was the fourth appointment in Pakistan after the Governor General and the Governor of State Bank of Pakistan and the head of Supreme Court. So I think if we look into our legacy, I think our founding fathers somehow understood the role. At that time, there was no telephone. It was basically post and telegraph that was going to play. Like a lot of other companies of the world, we were state-owned. Until I think the technology actually started to hit us at an era when the internet started, which was basically late 80s, early 90s. I think this was the time when I started to, if you start to see that, how Pakistan started to adopt the technology. So we had our initial years, which was from 1947 to 1952. 1953 onwards to almost till 1975, these were our golden years. These were the years where if you take up any industry of Pakistan, that was flourishing very, very well. Post 1975, this was the era when the third industrial revolution started. Chipset manufacturing became thing, and this was the time when we think that Pakistan as a nation and all its institutions, ourselves included, started to move away a little bit. But I think that the pace of disruption at that time was very slow. So we never realized it. The realization started to come in post 1991. And the biggest impact that we had, which I think that we failed to realize, and some of our neighboring countries, specifically India, really capitalized on, was that in the third industrial revolution, education was one of the primary drivers of enablement of disruption, but also making sure that we can benefit from that disruption. 1991, while the focus for, and I don't know if I should always be quoting India, but I think it is an example. It's the third largest economy in the world now. They started to focus on making sure that their education system is the best in the world. While in our case, starting from mid-80s, we started to see that our education system was marred by a lot of other factors, whether it was politicizing, whether it was the role of religion getting imparted into certain areas, whether it was the curriculum not keeping pace with a lot of factors. So 1991 onwards was the time when we started to see a shift of Pakistan moving away from where the rest of the world was going. And I think moving into that direction, we started to see a couple of things of what is the role that technology plays or the disruption of technology plays in the greater ecosystem and the greater things. I think one of the things which is I saw was that we as a nation have this habit of lingering on to our past very, very strongly. I think what we see even today, and I think right now if you see whether it is economically, politically, or by any other ways, we are going through one of the toughest times that we have gone in the last 76 years. But still, if you talk to an average person, especially people who are above the age of 25, we are still stuck in our glorious past. And you would start to come across, and we are always giving examples of what we did and where we were, and then there was this great conspiracy against it and everything, and that is somehow divorcing us from the harsh realities that we have right now. I think in the previous panel, there was a discussion on the youth bulge. And everybody is looking at youth bulge as an opportunity. I think one of the biggest problems that we have right now is nobody from that youth bulge wants to stay in Pakistan. And I think what are we as a society and we as PTCL doing to make sure that we enable them, that we give them the opportunities to stay in. So PTCL for us, we had gone through 3 phases. The first was the formative phase. The second phase that we had, which includes our privatization, was the phase in which we were trying to find our direction into the greater national narrative of, let's say, technological disruption. We have entered post-2020 into our third phase. And I think this is the phase which is the most defining for us as an organization, but also the most defining for us as a nation. We are now entering the 4th industrial revolution. And whenever there is an industrial revolution, what it does is that it rewrites the norms of the society. The 3rd industrial revolution started with the disruption of the family structure. I mean, all the industrialized nations, one of the things that had happened was that the family structure started to get disrupted. Pakistan was a late entrant, but our family structure has also started to get disrupted. For example, ever since the smartphones have come into our households, you would start to see that the interaction of the parents with their kids or the kids with their siblings has gone down drastically. I mean, I can talk about my own home. If my kids are not playing on their PlayStations or they're not reading books on their, let's say, Kindle, or they're not playing with their phones, the interaction that my kids have with their peers have gone down significantly. However, what we need to do is that within the 4th industrial revolution, we need to make sure that how are we going to equip ourselves as PTCL to do a disruption, and that would be done on 3 areas, very briefly. The first one is that a successful society is a connected society, and connectivity has 2 forms, wireless and wired. So while there is a lot of focus happening on 3G, 4G, 5G and everything, the key determinant is the wired communication. Still, the number of households connected over fiber are in low single digits. The second thing is that whether you talk of artificial intelligence or machine learning, or you're going to talk about things like deep analytics, they are being run on cloud infrastructure. Pakistan cloud infrastructure today is very, very nascent. And if we want to play our part, we need to make sure that we invest in both having the infrastructure as well as the capability to deliver. Number 3, is that the world after AI is moving beyond software development. I think one of the challenges that we see that every year we are talking about how much our software exports are. I can assure you within the next 5 years, the landscape of software export are going to be changed. We really need to see that what are the new dimensions of technology that are being driven by disruption. And from our side, when it comes to human enablement, especially in support of the government, we are taking a lot of initiative, because if we do not do that as not only a single institution, but as a society at large, we will be left with a 62% youth bulge that does not possess the capability to succeed individually and also as a nation.
You raised some important points out over there, and one of the important points is about disruption, especially talking about a digital footprint. You know, whatever we do today, and if we go back to the nation, the generation behind us, they did things, they had the history, but that history is not recorded. But today, whatever we do, or a comment that we give on our social media, or a viewpoint that we give, is a recorded digital footprint that we are creating on somewhere on the social media, and that is being recorded. And that record will come back 10 years down the road when you will be talking about your point of view, and somebody will challenge you out over there in that disruption of era and say, you had this point of view at that point of time, and now you are changing your narrative from there. We are making clear digital footprints that is present all over the period of time. And that is going to question our integrity in this age of disruption that we are talking about. I'm just linking this background to the question over here. We are talking a lot on this, that what is the impact of this disruption in the leadership and strategy. How do you see these tools are going to impact our integrity, and how that integrity will be questioned out with time, especially in this age of disruption when we're talking about with these AIs and the things coming up over there? Will the human factor still be important out over there, which comes with an empathy and integrity, or the machines are going to take over completely?
Well, you see, the real disruption, is beyond or bigger than technological disruption, and that is the mindset disruption. And I think, unfortunately, the way things have moved over the years, rule of law, as you know, in Pakistan, abiding by the constitution, and general, basically, empathy for the people of the country. I mean, if you look at how much the government invests in the people, okay, if you look at education, for example, we used to spend 2% of GDP, now we are spending 1.5% of GDP on education. India spends more than 4% of GDP on education. Okay, so a lot has to start with, how you bring up your young generation that we are talking about, the youth bulge you talk about. But as I think Arshad also mentioned in the previous session, that out of 50 million children, 25 million children are not going to school at all. So what type of education they are getting, then, or what type of tarbiyat that they're getting, out there on the streets. Then out of the remaining 25 million children, about 15 million children are going to government schools where a 5-year-old cannot read a sentence in Urdu. So only 10 million children out of 50 million which are going to private school, including the low-cost private schools with a fee of 2,000 rupees per month, are getting some level of education. So all of this, so I think that basically, I think that contract between the state and the society, I see, we see that, over the years, it's going down. And the state has not, in terms of basic education, in terms of basic healthcare, in terms of clean drinking water, in terms of providing basic municipal facilities, those have been lacking. And it has an impact where, unfortunately, corruption, actually, and when the rule of law is not abided, at the top, then it's not abided at the bottom. If might is right on the top, then might is right at the bottom as well. So it has actually triggered, in my view, from top to bottom, where now, you talked about integrity. I think a lot of society now has accepted the norms of corruption, or subtype of, wherever they can do something and get away with it. So I think what, in my view, is needed is basically a mindset change from starting from the top and then basically bringing it down. I think when we talk about national security, I think it has been defined very, very narrowly in Pakistan in terms of military security. National security is a lot more than military security. It includes food security, human security, and we talked about, education and healthcare, and we talked about climate security, energy security, economic security. So the security of a country has various aspects. So in my view, when we talk about disruption, I think it has to start, even before technological disruption, it has to start with mindset disruption. And so the whole mindset of the nation has to be changed. As I think Zarar mentioned, we live in the past rather than, looking at the future. So I think that's where we need to go back to. And I think, a couple of years ago, the government came out with the national security policy, a first one in my view, and which talked about, that the security of a nation is as good as the security of the most vulnerable citizen of that state. So I think that's where we need to go at.
I think you raised an important point over here. That's when this era of disruption, we need to first of all understand and change ourselves. And when I say we have to change ourselves, the point, if we go to the generation behind us, the one that we are talking about, and you highlighted about, we are always talking about their laurels. I think one thing that has changed over the period of time, that generation was doing the same thing repeatedly over the period of time, and they were made the champions, and they were doing it in the best possible way. So there was a certain job that was being done over the period of time for 15, 20 years, and then they were the best in doing it. In our generation of today, that's not the case, because we are not repeating the same work today. We are being asked and questioned to change after every 3 to 4 years and come with the technology and the new era, because if we are not going to change ourselves, this disruption will take us away. And that's a reality. And that is not age dependent. If you see today how many 50 plus people are leading the organizations, you will see the number is getting less. And rather the young generation is taking the leadership positions more. And that is why, because what they are seeing is that the change and the disruption is coming so fast that we need the leadership who can adapt to this change, who can go around and make it fast, adopt, and also implement it, that one as well. And that's what is expected out of this generation as of today as well. Zarar, coming back to you, how as a Pakistani nation, we should handle this age of disruption? What are the 3 things that we need to do and implement now to handle it in the best possible way?
I think the first thing that we have to do, so there's this book by Alvin Toffler called Future Shock. And I was very lucky when I went to the universities. We had a course, so we had to learn English. And a professor for English at that time, he said, look, a lot of you do know English. So I want to teach you sociology. And then our course book was this book by Alvin Toffler called Future Shock. And it had a statement which said that the illiterate of today are not the ones who don't learn, but the ones who don't learn, unlearn, and relearn. So I think in this era of disruption, the first thing that we have to do if we need to be successful is to unlearn. Because I think one of the biggest problems that we are beset with as a society in Pakistan is the fact that disruption is hitting us on our face while we are set in our existing methods. And we see it every single day. We are using old solution to problems where they are very, very different. Now, if we agree as a society that we are going to unlearn so that we can understand the challenges and the opportunities that we have, so that we can write a new, let's say it's a technology contract or a social contract or an economic contract, the next step that we really need to bring in is that we need to understand what our biggest assets are. I think a lot of times, probably this is a little bit out there, is that we start to talk about our youth, and we talk about it that this is our biggest asset. And whenever I hear it in every single conference that you talk to, we talk about the potential of our youth. The question is, how is our youth our biggest asset in an era where artificial intelligence is driving all mechanical sort of things? And once you start to ask these pointed questions that define the role of youth, that is youth really an asset or is our youth a liability? Because within 20 years, people who are 25 are going to go to the age of 45 and then they're going to decline. The second thing I think that we really need to see is that if we define the role of youth today, because if we say that the youth is going to be the people who are not going to be the masons, they are not the ones who are going to be semi-skilled laborers or the ones who are involved in the agriculture sector, what are we going to use our youth for, which in the short term, they can sustain for themselves, and number two, they can provide productivity at a national level that we can monetize? This question needs to be answered. And this question to this date is not answered. We just give these high-level, superficial sort of statements like youth and enablement of youth. Today, if I ask you what has failed in the last 30 years that we have been unable to educate our children, that we are going to miraculously change within the next 5 years and our youth is going to be enabled, there is some fundamental problems that we have been unable to resolve despite all the technology and a lot of monetary support coming to us. That is, I think, the area number one that we need to see in this era of disruption. The second thing is that there was a bipolar world, and then it became globalized, and again it is going to become into a multipolar world, where every pole is going to have an era of specialization. And I think if you look at the 1500s, I think the 2100s are going to be closer to the 1500s rather than the 1900s, and I will tell you why. If you look at the 1500, the global social order and the economic orders, there were nation states that owned certain parts which was their value. Like, for example, you would have areas that were seafaring, like, for example, Portugal. Then there were areas that were very strong on the agriculture side, and they were the food baskets of the world, like, for example, Egypt and India. Then there were areas that were driving, technology and advancements and everything, which was, of course, the era of enlightenment of Europe. Same things are going to be happening in the next 30 years. What we really need to understand is that we cannot be a one-size-fits-all. And we cannot have our mindset which is adopted to a unipolar world. We need to see what is the vertical that we are able to do it. Once we set up this, whatever is the Pakistan 2047 strategy is, and I think it's very sad we don't talk about Pakistan 2047 a lot. This was a strategy that was written in the 1990s. And it was not updated, it has just become a fad. I think every single one of us who are in this room and outside, we need to read the vision Pakistan 2047. We need to add to that vision, and we need to question that vision with our leadership. Thank you.
Good. I think you have talked about the mantra of learn, unlearn and relearn. And that the more we repeat it, better it is. Because that is the mantra that is going to change us in that direction. I think one point that you also highlighted, and I will also highlight to the management of Nutshell as well. In every of the sessions since yesterday, I think there is not a single session that has gone without the mentioning of 62% of our youth, that our population is 62% less than this. But I think on the stage, we are missing that youth. So I believe in such a session, if we can get two young people also on the stage, and listen to their mantra, I think that will also change the game for us because we want to give them the stage as well. Sir, coming back to you as a last question of the session, Somehow this word disruption, even from my intro, sounded as something negative. But the disruption is not necessarily negative as well. Disruption is positive as well. So what is the positive disruption that you see for Pakistan in this technological era? And what is the impact of that positive disruption on the people of Pakistan?
Yeah, I think first of all, as you know, companies have a vision, and some companies have vision for even the next 500 years. I think first of all, Pakistan needs to have a vision. I think we lack a vision statement, and there's so much different discussion. I don't want to say what people say, but I think that we need to have a clear vision. And in my view, a simple vision statement is, progress and prosperity of the people of Pakistan. So I think we've been too much outward looking. We need to be inward looking and focus on progress and prosperity, and focus on this youth bulge. And as we earlier talked about that, 80% of this youth bulge is not even educated. Okay, so Pakistan's education car is running on one tire. But I think in Pakistan, a lot of disruption needs to take place. I think the status quo cannot continue. We have reached a stage where I think we all realize that we have been left far behind even India and Bangladesh, which at one time were part of the subcontinent. So I think in terms of the role of the state, I think it's very critical. The state has expanded itself too much. Look at state-owned enterprises. The subsidies and grants of state-owned enterprises are about 1.5 trillion rupees that the taxpayers are paying. That's $5 billion. So for a country which has reserves of $8 billion, the subsidies and grants to state-owned enterprises are $5 billion. It's just not sustainable. We need to privatize all these state-owned enterprises and use that money that we get from privatization to reduce our debt, which has now become unsustainable. Once these state-owned enterprises are privatized, we will see automatic improvement in efficiencies in these organizations, more professionalism coming in, more technology coming in, and that is going to drive a lot of things. Also, the centralized control, the government, that system has gone. The entire world has gone to local governments. Look at China, US, Turkey, India. Governance is best close to the home. So I think it's time that we dissolve those administrative and financial powers down to the local government level, where, in a Mahalla system that we have, common citizen can go to the Mahalla counselor and say, there's no teacher in the school where my kid is going, or there is no medicine in the dispensary, where I'm taking my daughter, or my road is broken, but I think he has no access to a bureaucrat sitting in Islamabad or in Karachi. So I think the local government system is very important. The civil and military bureaucracy, I think, is too big for the size of the government. We need to reduce that. And we need to bring in professionals in the government, I think very critical to basically improve the governance of the country. So a lot of these changes, a lot of these disruptions are important for us to move forward.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we have talked about disruptions. We have talked about their impacts on our lives. But let's, coming back from this discussion to you as individuals, we are the owner of these disruptions. We are the ones who needs to drive them in the right direction. Since yesterday, there is a lot of discussion about what the government and the government institutions has to do to make an impact and make the change in this country. But let's be very honest, people sitting in this room and people who are listening over on all the social media channels, they carry a responsibility also. They carry a responsibility of managing this disruption that you are talking about. All of us needs to own what this country asks us to do. We cannot just put it on some state and say, they are the 90% owners of that one and we are the 10% users of that one. That's not going to work. And that's something that we need to come up and say, we own it. You know, we all talk about in this age of error and disruption and technology, यार tax base को ज़्यादा होना चाहिए. And whose responsibility is it? ये government का काम है. Is it not our responsibility to pay our taxes as well and to see that why this country needs it also? Is it not something that we need to own on our place and see in our ecosystem who are the people who wants to give back to this country? If we want to make an impact of such a session or such an event, if we are able to get something out of that, that one change that I can bring, that is a disruption that this country and this people needs. That's the impact that we need. The people sitting on the stage will do what they have to do, but it's us sitting on the other side of the table who have to own the responsibility and make an impact. That is the impact that will change this country. Otherwise, these sessions will continue, but the impacts will not come. And that's where we need to own this one as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for this one. And I hope we are able to make one change and one disruption, positive disruption in our lives coming out of this session as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would request you gentlemen to stay on stage, please, as I invite the next speaker to join us up here. Up next is a talk on climate, FDI and economic growth by Mr. Sajid Aslam, partner Spectacle LLC USA. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? Sajid, please join us on stage. Sajid is a professional accountant, founding partner of an investment advisory business and a mentor for technology ventures. His expertise includes ESG integration, IPOs, corporate governance, risk management, and public policy. With a strong background in finance and taxation, we welcome Sajid here to talk to us about how he can disrupt the climate, FDI, and economic future of Pakistan. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. And if we can have a slides up there as well. We are talking about disruption, and Saqib actually ended it in a very, very good way, that who is going to take the responsibility for change? That's a very key message, and that's one area I think most of the civilization are trying to find, that who is the one, who are those few wise people who will start executing that. There's a lot of discussion, and that's easy. But once it's come to the execution side, that's where the challenge is. It takes a lot of effort, courage, motivation. Moving from 0 to 1 is the most difficult journey. It's not 1 to 9. It's 0 to 1, which takes a lot of trust and a lot of people to work together. And I think the one area where we struggle, and many other nations do as well, is how to put our ego aside and collaborate for a common cause. And that ego is something which is a major hindrance in any big thing which we try to do. There is an issue of a credit, who will lead that, who will have a voice on the table, who will have a right to decide. I think these are the areas which make it tough to execute on the common goals. And the climate, when we talk about, it's a one single objective, and luckily, I would say, it's not only our problem in Pakistan, it's not a problem for Islamabad, it's not a problem for the rich people or a poor people. It's a global issue, and that will require a collective action. So even a developed country, if they improve a lot and they do a lot of good stuff, if we sitting in Pakistan do not collaborate and do not respond to that climate challenge, even the people sitting across the ocean on the other side, 7,000 miles away, they will have a same pain which we are going to suffer. So that's what put everybody together in terms of action which we need to take. So today I'll just introduce first the Spectrico. Spectrico is one of venture started 3-4 years back in Pakistan. In 22, it was launched in Pakistan. And after 6-7 months, it suddenly became global because of its scope, because of its agenda, which we picked up at that time. And we converted the climate action from compliance to a superior financial return, access to capital, and intergenerational impact. It's not a small area. It's not something which we can do in a one generation. And like Saqib picked up as well, and we would like to see the more representation of the people who are actually, we are going to serve and who we are accountable, because something which we are facing today is not something that young generation has created. It's us or a generation before who has created that, and they are the one who is going to pay the cost for that. Another point, Spectrico, it's headquartered from US. We have got an office in Lisbon, we have got an office in Pakistan, Malaysia, and right now we are in a process of setting up in KSA. Just to remind ourselves, very recent event, and when we look at the climate-induced event, so the floods is one of a key reference which we have seen. And the economic reality of that flood in terms of the losses, we are talking about 14 billion, we are talking about 16 billion, we are talking about 17 billion. These are the numbers in terms of the loss that flood has caused in 2022. And we are not the only one. Dubai has suffered another thing. They just suffered that rain where the 1,200 flights were cancelled in a one day, and still we don't know how much insurance claim is going to be launched there. And if we go further, and similarly, if you look at the US or a Europe side as well, there was a 680 billion loss, economic loss in 2023 due to climate-induced disasters. In Europe as a whole, in a 1 year, there was 380 again billion dollar worth loss, which they have suffered from a climate-induced one. So the key message, the climate change and its impact is very, very real. It's good to say that while we are sitting here, but feeling that how it's going to impact economically is a very different game at the moment. So if you look at the global scenario, so we see heat waves, we see floods, we see sinking cities, we see droughts, we see rain, and all those things, and all our commitments starting from 2015 through the Paris Agreement to keep it under 1.5 degree, our current average, as we speak, we are still at 2.4. And we are saying current average. There are cities who are beyond 4 degree right now. And that means that it's not livable anymore. And similarly, if you look at the built infrastructure, we took one example, they are responsible for 39% of the overall energy-related emission. And 50% of our natural resources are being consumed in those built infrastructure. The interesting part of the built infrastructure, like we discussed yesterday, they are pivotal for the economic growth. You can't grow unless until there is appropriate infrastructure. At the same time, that infrastructure is vulnerable to climate change. And that's also has a physical risk. And again, the regulatory risk, which because of the climate action most of the countries are doing, it has got a transitional risk that the law will change and those buildings may not stay compliant and they have to either change or renovate it. And to respond that, the regulator, investor, consumer, everybody is demanding a certain change. And that change is becoming very eminent with the new generation taking over somewhere around $68 trillion worth inheritance in the next 6 to 8 years globally. And this is the 68 trillion which drives investments. This is the 68 trillion which drives consumption. This is the 68 trillion which drives the overall economic growth. So this generation which is taking over, they are very, very eco-conscious. So their decision of investments and their decisions around the consumption are going to be very different the way we used to do that. Just picking up on a COP, and COP28 has got an interesting recognition of a stock take. There's a lot which we are claiming, but much of the claims there are not substantiated by the action. So it's still a long way where this COP has to really drive, and these nations have to drive that action which they have committed. There's another interesting understanding in this COP28 first time that the non-party, that's been other than the governments, they have to play a very critical role in driving that compliance or driving the delivery of Paris Agreement or to maintain that temperature or drive that climate action. These are the areas which were identified for 2030 now. And if you see, that require the energy almost triple the renewable energy adoption. But I would suggest to really keep an eye on the last one, which is the nature-based solutions. For the COP28, there was a recognition that it's not only the technology, it's the nature-based solutions which we have to revive and take care of that at the same time. We have to balance that equation. We have to reduce the emission, but at the same time, we have to improve the sequestration or absorption of that carbon the way nature has designed this earth. So we have to start going back to the fundamentals. The world response in terms of the regulation, and if you look at that, there are 107 regulations as we speak, and it's increasing every day, and it's across every region that we need to report. The first thing is that need to measure and report. And that, if you look at from Pakistan perspective, with the Sustainable Textile Initiative in EU, recently carbon border adjustment mechanism, then the US coming up with a scope 1 and scope 2 emissions disclosure, that's basically stopping the global trade, or they are impacting the global trade, that if we are not compliant and if we are not disclosing that, we may not be able to pass through that check, and our products may not cross the border. So if we just look at the EU exports from a textile perspective, we are talking about over 5 billion euro, which will be impacted with just a sustainable textile initiative and CBAM regulation, which they have recently introduced. Our IT export is going to be impacted with the SEC regulation in US, which requires them to disclose now, not only the company which is there, but also the companies who are a partner with them to really bring out what kind of emissions they are generating, and that will become a responsibility of that importer sitting in US to make sure that it offset, because any emission here due to their activity is still a global issue. Again, going back to that, how it's going to impact the global trade, whether we are talking about services, whether we are talking about IT, whether we are talking about the goods, physical goods. First step is always that we need to understand what's happening around the world. In Germany, right now, it's very difficult to conduct industrial activity just because of a cap and trade regulations. They cannot emit more emission. And they have one of the European countries who have got the highest renewable energy, but the cost of that renewable energy is so high that even if they don't emit carbon anymore, it's not feasible to produce that in Germany. So it's a double-edged sword. You move to renewable, which is not affordable, and at the same time, you cannot emit. And that's where the carbon credit comes into play, which they are buying. Recently, they have bought it from Thailand. They worked with the government of Thailand. They invested in Thailand, and the carbon credits coming out of that is something which they have used for their productions. At the same time, with all those regulations in place and the climate risk, the way the world is seeing that, there's a lot of money which is flowing around within Europe, within US, within Asia Pac, which is seeking green investments. Any project which can help to mitigate or adapt to the climate finance, and that project should be able to generate the economic activity wherever that project is. And to really overcome that risk, and again, when we are talking about eco-sensitive investor who are going to carry $68 trillion with them, and they are making those decisions, for them, ESG consideration in their decision making is important. And that's where the opportunity lies for the countries like us, how we can bring those projects which can attract that kind of investment, and those projects which can help us to generate economic activities. If we look at the recent past from Pakistan, we had a billion trees project. Unfortunately, we never never created that project in a way where we can claim it green and we can attract the ROI through the certain carbon credit, whether in a voluntary market or a compliance market. Right now, we are going with 1 million acre agriculture land which is being distributed. Luckily in that, they have already identified carbon credit as one of a key area, and now we have to see how it get executed. And that's still, it's not that this is the only return. There will be a sustainable agriculture, and the ROI coming from the carbon credit bring more credibility to the project that is green, and it attract and more investments in that specific sector, because we can claim and we can demonstrate that we are expert in doing it, and we are expert in doing it right. And the carbon credit is evidence other than the financial return that it's being validated and verified as well by the third party. And recently we have seen the renewable energy, and if you see the graph at the bottom, how many renewable energy certificates are being issued in a very recent past. And then another challenge which we see there is almost $51 billion GCF fund has released, out of which the 13 billion from GCF. And I had a meeting with one of our director of GCF in Philippines, and he said still the countries are unable to bring the project to us and draw that money which is there to support their national mitigation and adaptation plans. It's most of the time when they bring those projects, those become as infrastructure projects rather than the green projects or a climate action projects. And then they have opened it up for the private sector, and recently we have seen Acumen manage to really draw 90 million, JS Bank managed to do the 54 million from that particular fund for solar, and there are a couple of others. There are few which are being disbursed, there are few which are on hold, particularly that BRT, there's a very little disbursement happen. Again, the execution is one of a challenge, money is sitting there. This is one of our example and the use case we are looking at, how this entire ecosystem work in a financial world. So there's a lot of new financial instruments which were introduced by the Paris Agreement to support that climate action and to fund that one, and that was a climate finance domain. There are countries like Belize who has got their $554 million worth loan waived off against the commitment that they will develop their coastal line and they will invest in the green initiatives over next 20 years. Similarly, there is a transition, there is a money available for transition from a commercial side as well as from the grant and concessional loan side, which can be deployed to really generate that transition of energy which we are looking at here. Fortunately or unfortunately, in Pakistan, energy is not the highest emitter, it's agriculture. And at the same time, being a highest emitter, it's the one which is a backbone, and a little bit change and improvement in the agriculture will have a very long-lasting impact on our economic structure, GDP quality, as well as our food security. So we can look for that financial instruments which can help us to raise that investment not only internationally, but also mobilize the local capital and a private capital to support that at the same time. There are a couple of case studies, and I'll encourage everybody to go and read that online. Canada, Brampton, as a city government, they have decided the Grow Green as one of a project, and they are promoting Brampton as the most sustainable city in terms of environment and climate, but more importantly in terms of the business. They want to attract and relocate people and expats to Brampton who can do the business, who can support the economy, and that should be backed by their commitment to the climate action. And for that, they are running a roadshow to raise money for the public-private partnership, where they are providing a certain assets, not on rent, not on lease, but as a part of that P&L, and they are raising money from the grants as well as from the stock market to support that. Sweden is already on the way from 2045 to become net zero, and that's very visible. Just closing. And ASEAN, as a trading region, they have collaborated with their partners, and they have incorporated the climate action in a way that if there is a partial manufacturing happens in Vietnam and the final output is exported from Indonesia, they can exactly track the carbon emission, because the Europe requires them to bring that quantity, price, and the carbon emission which they are buying, because somebody has to offset that. So this is how the nations are thinking, this is how they are executing, and they have created the mechanism to deliver on that. And this is the last one. When we look at the Pakistan, where the opportunity lies, I think the first thing, a very few people I interact with in Pakistan are familiar. What is our National Mitigation and Adaptation Plan? What is our NDC? If you talk to the government, they know, but the private sector who has got a major stake, they are not. And unless until they really align their objectives and the climate action with the NDC, there's a lot of money out there which they cannot attract because that money is linked with the performance of the NDC. So the first thing is the engagement of the private sector and understand in Pakistan which key sectors and the areas which we need to focus. Second part is the regulatory framework and integrating ourselves with the global ETS, emission trading system. UK need that one. UK has got an ETS. They need the carbon credit to be traded. We are sitting here who have an opportunity to generate that. We need to incorporate that in the trade agreements that these carbon credits from Pakistan can be traded on those ETS. Same goes for California, same goes for China, same goes for Europe at the same time. Capacity building, and I think we discussed in a previous one, the capacity and the talent. They are the driving force. If we try to do it the way we try to do it, without knowing it, without acquiring the right knowledge, we might not be able to deliver it. Basically, we will create a more failure, which will create a pessimism around this subject, rather than creating a hope and creating a returns around it. And then we have to have a deal flow. I think that's another thing which needs to be understood in a public-private sector, and the public sector specifically. There's a concept of deal flow. Some things need to be closed, and there's a process around it. There's a negotiation. People have to give up their egos to close a deal and move on. And then the public-private partnership for a specific project. One of the things which we are working with South Tomo as one of a small island, and they get that one. For a public-private partnership, it's a public sector who has to work with the private sector and create those projects and provide all those incentives, and that should be readily available where the private sector come, pick and choose and invest in that. It's not the private sector following up with them, this is a project, please include that. So this initiative has to come from the other side with, again, the ego is one of a key point, and Dr. Ishrat raised another one. The trust is the one which will drive everything. So if we trust each other and we work and collaborate in a way that we can really create that with a clear mechanism that it has to have an economic activity, and the private sector will become rich, and we are comfortable with that. This is the one mindset which we like to see. Unless until we get into the wealth creation mode, we can't see the job creation mode at all. We can't see the economic progress. Economic progress is an outcome of that wealth creation process, and that we need to get comfortable with that at all levels. So thank you very much. Right now, we may not have a time for question, but I'll be available. If you have any question, we can take it further. So thank you very much for your time, and I hope it gives you a little bit direction or an angle around that, how the climate, FDI, and economic growth is linked together. Thank you very much.
Please stay. Please stay. Have a seat. Thank you, Sajid, for that very engaging audio-video presentation. I think it really helped us understand the connection between climate action, investment, and then ultimately growth in the economy. I'd now like to request Mr. Amir Shahzad, Executive Director, Unity Foods Limited, to come up on stage, along with Mr. Usman Yusuf, Director, Nutshell Communications, to give away the souvenirs to this fine panel. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. So we will begin with Dr. Amjad Waheed. If you could please come forward. The next one, please. Mr. Saqib Ahmed, and finally, Mr. Sajid Aslam. I would request you all to stay on for a group photo. Thank you very much. And we will break for tea. I would request you all to please come back to the hall by 11:30 so that we can begin with our next session promptly. Thank you very much. See you at 11:30.
The product that we have, which is credit guarantees, can effectively be wrapped around any bond, any market instrument, or any loan. And the idea is that the proceeds of that loan or that bond should go towards, areas that carry development impact.
I often say when women CEOs get together, then things begin to happen. So when Mahir and I met, we sort of started this discussion rather informally initially, but suddenly it triggered this idea that, as women CEOs, we needed to do more. We needed to go beyond to push the envelope outwards.
Now, when we worked with Kash, we found a very unique opportunity. Not only was there development impact, but it was also geared very exclusively towards women. So we thought of combining all these factors. We said, okay, we'll build in credit enhancement, we'll do a capital market issue. And at the same time, because all the proceeds are going to go towards women, then we can call it a gender bond as well.
We have climate bonds, we have green bonds. Why not gender bonds?
We're not giving any subsidies here. We're not doing any concessional lending. We're not giving out aid. This is a commercial bond that is launched in a commercial market, carries commercial rates, and is subscribed to by commercial investors.
Our model is investing in the value chain of women entrepreneurship, which means we don't just look at the transaction, we also look at the agency, we also look at decision making, and we also look at control over income, all the perspectives that together empower women.
And we're very happy that we partnered with Kash to provide a credit guarantee to a bond that they will now float in the capital market, which will receive, because of the AAA rating, a much wider participation of institutional investors that are bond market investors, capital market investors, into their balance sheet.
A woman running a community-based school, needs infrastructure. A woman running a beauty salon needs infrastructure. A woman who is setting up a small grocery store in her community needs maybe a small fridge. So it's small infrastructure projects. Then women in livestock. So Kash has a wonderful livestock product where we financed over 70,000 women livestock owners across the country. So those are the kind of small micro infrastructure projects that we will be funding. In addition to that, there's another component. We are also looking at, as you know, Sindh was hit by floods last year, and over 60 to 70% people lost their homes. So part of this proceeds we will also be using for developing climate resilient housing and home improvement loans for households in Sindh.
you to take your seats so that we can begin. I would request the volunteers to usher the guests back towards the conference hall.
Volunteers, could you kindly request our guests to please make their way back to the hall? Those in the hall, please be seated for us to begin. We would love to see you back in the hall, ladies and gentlemen. Please bring your cups of tea to the hall and enjoy a very dynamic conversation coming up. We always recite the national anthem at the start of any of our events, along with Allah's name and dua for His mercy. And since yesterday, this line, Rehbare Tarakkiyo Kamal, was continuously playing in my head because we recite it, and then I was kind of connecting it to our tagline of opportunity, access, and excellence. Kamal being excellence, and Rahbar me being guide. So of course, opportunity and access is what guidance is all about. So I was like enjoying the fact that how our tagline fits into this small phrase in our national anthem, which besides being our pride and our identity, is also a daily message. It's a message to continuously strive towards excellence. And that is where platforms like LIBS come into play, where we bring the wisdom of the globe together to create conversational playing field where ideas can come together, collide, disrupt, and new ideas can be given a shape, a concrete shape for us to work with. It is very easy to just have a talk, It is slightly challenging to come up with a good idea, but the most challenging part is to be able to execute that idea. So our upcoming conversation is about some excellent ideas that got translated into action, and what came about was an organization that is now leading public policy making, strategizing internationally. And we have our very, very eminent, very dear to us, guests with us here to be able to not only explore that, but allow us also to see the big picture. Very few people in the world have macro vision. No micro understanding is possible at individual level. But when we say macro, we mean the globe, we mean the world, and now we probably mean the universe, because we don't know where we are going, where AI is taking us, where space technology is taking us. So we are really looking at the big picture now, and we are talking about concrete details of survival, of prosperity, of betterment, of saving this planet, of making it a happier and healthier ecosystem, and repositioning the leaders. The leaders have to be relevant, they have to be accessible, they have to be on ground. I know so many of you are now personifications of that kind of leadership. And so we have Mustafa Muharram with us. And our very, very dear Usman, I'll be giving introductions, deliberating on the emerging issues with reference to potential for collaborative framework. Mustafa Muharram, Chairman Muharram and Partners. If I could request you, Mustafa, to please come and join us on stage. And if I could request our very own Usman Yusuf to also join us. Usman is a savvy entrepreneur, he's a coach, he's an investor, he's a chairperson, non-executive director of Pro-Pakistani. He is director of Nutshell Communications. He has co-founded and currently operates Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf, and invested into multiple tech startups. So we are very, very happy for us to have him here to take this conversation forward. Mustafa is an accomplished public policy and political communications expert. He has been a consultant for a number of prominent national and international organizations, including World Bank, United Nations Development Program, as well as the Egyptian Cabinet, Information and Decision Support Center. He designed and led policy initiatives, dialogues with regional governments on socio-economic reforms, economic governance, and corruption, fighting legislation, as well as information and communications technology, strategies, policies. He has also contributed in enhancing the capacity and preparedness of key national stakeholders and political and crisis communications. And we are super proud for having signed the MOU yesterday with Muharram and Partners, for which Mustafa is the chairman. And so happy and so looking forward to be part of that ecosystem. I'll now hand over to Usman to start and carry forward this absolutely dynamic discussion on the big picture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and welcome back after your tea break. Very exciting for me to host this conversation with Mustafa. And it reminds me of a few years ago, some of our relatives from the UK were visiting Pakistan for the first time. And when I asked them, what are you most looking forward to? They said, we want to go to the Khyber Pass. And I was very embarrassed when they said we want to go to the Khyber Pass, because someone who's born and brought up in Pakistan, I'd never been to the Khyber Pass. And honestly, I was wondering, what are you so interested in the Khyber Pass for? And this talked about the huge sort of civilizational impact that pass had, and how from Alexander to many, many armies coming into this part passed through, and the significance of that particular place. Many years later with the NDU, I actually visited the Khyber Pass and the Khyber Rifles mess and so on and so forth, and I really got it at that point. But I share this example with you just to say that sometimes, as we live in a country and we're born in a country, we don't fully appreciate all the things that country has to offer. And at times, as human beings are, we tend to focus on the negative. We tend to focus on the problems and the criticism, and not really on all the opportunity and all of the great things that Pakistan has to offer. So I wanted to take this opportunity because this is Mustafa's first trip to Pakistan. They've been here for close to about 2 days now. And obviously, he's been attending these sessions, but also had a chance to step out, and hopefully he'll get a chance to step out into Islamabad and see the Faysal Mosque and other things after lunch. But so far, Mustafa, how are you finding Pakistan? What is your impression? And tell us what you're thinking.
Thank you so much, Osman. First, it's a great pleasure and honor to be here in Islamabad and Pakistan, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank His Excellency Asfar Ahsan for the kind invitation, and of course for you for actually having introduced me to Nutshell Group, one of the leading PR and communications firm, not only in Pakistan, but in the wider region. Actually, since I came here, many people were quite surprised about the reasons of my visit and why is an Egyptian here participating in the leaders actually in Islamabad conference. And I believe that there is an untold part of the story of Pakistan that needs to be explained and needs to be said. And together with my firm, we are very much interested in actually telling those untold stories of great countries such as Pakistan that have tremendous potential when it comes to investments, when it comes to economic corridors. And we are here to actually join forces with Nutshell Group to make sure that this story, this amazing story, is told to the world, and Pakistan could leverage it actually to, of course, to achieve its development and inshallah tremendous growth for the years to come. So again, I feel at home to answer your question. Since I came here, and I had, of course, my stereotypes about Pakistan from what I've been getting from the media and the different coverage that actually they publish on Pakistan. But since I came here, since I met actually the Nutshell Group over a dinner at the first day, actually I told the ladies that they reminded me of my cousins back home in Cairo. We traded jokes. It was the same jokes that we used to have, that we were having in Egypt. We discussed actually how women stopped to cook back in Egypt, and here too, they told me that this is apparently a trend also in Pakistan. Again, it's home. And this is very much, Osman, very important for what we'll be discussing now, that we are, as part of the Middle East, very close to Pakistan. And that's why it's natural for us when it comes to investment and when it comes to actually the willingness of being part of, or actually for connecting with Asia, needs to happen through Pakistan, because you are the closest to us culturally, economically, and historically. And I believe investment is not only about business decisions, but again, it's about this familiarity and about this common culture that you need to have with people to people.
Yes. Yeah, I think I wouldn't be out of place if I said that we felt the same way. And when I met you in Dubai for the first time and we exchanged sort of stories, I remember having a distinct moment where we discussed purpose, right? So why do you do what you do? Now, all of us have motives. And of course, when we do business, there's a very strong motive to make a profit, to sort of improve our lives. But over time, as you develop your career, the profit motive, if you've been successful at all, takes a back seat. And it becomes more about what you can deliver, what you can do as a human being, and how you can really add value to the community and the people around you. So I was really struck by your story. You started your career in the public sector with the Information and Decision Support Center for the Egyptian government. You ended up working with the UNDP, with the World Bank, and then you ended up at Visa, looking at North Africa as a consultant. And then you started MNP. And obviously, for somebody who's looking at the story for the first time, one may wonder, how did that transition take place? And what was the real purpose behind getting into MNP, Mohammed and Partners? And what have you achieved in the last 9 years? And what are you looking to achieve in the next 5, 10, 20 years?
Okay, thank you for this question. So actually, when I've decided to leave corporate and establish basically MNP as the first specialized public policy and strategic communications firm in the region, there wasn't actually any of those firms in basically our part of the world. It used to be basically US-based firms, UK-based firms that used to establish their presence in basically somewhere in the region, whether in Riyadh or in Dubai, and bringing basically the Americans and the British to do this job basically for us. What's our job is to represent private sector actually before government. Why is it important? Because without this dialogue between private sector and governments, you can't actually build an inclusive, basically, dialogue on policy and regulations that are important for the investment climate. So we started in Egypt, and of course, God has been very generous with us. We've established quite a strong client base. So our clients actually included companies such as Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta. That's in the tech sector, MasterCard and Visa, all of the big pharmaceuticals, and also governments. And the government in Egypt used to like us a lot, because for the first time we've been highlighting things that they didn't notice about their policies and regulations. What was our value added? Companies such as Google, of course, one of the global basically tech firms, established for its first time and as a result of our dialogue with the Egyptian government, its first office actually in Egypt. Amazon established its biggest fulfillment center in Africa out of Cairo. So actually the governments were very happy, and they started basically seeing us as an important factor behind those actually important investments. Of course, companies did like us a lot because we provided them for the first time an opportunity to have a constructive policy dialogue with the government. Then, Osman, what happened and I was actually telling the story to Air Marshal Suhail the other day that our clients started actually pushing us outside of Egypt, telling us we want to see you basically in other parts of the Middle East and Africa region. So we were bold and we decided, let's go for it. This is our region. We understand it very well. We understand basically its dynamics, the government and the economic landscapes. We started establishing our presence in Morocco, in South Africa, of course, Sub-Saharan Africa, in Dubai, and it has been a great success. The story that started in Egypt started basically also being successful in other parts of the region. And here we are today in Pakistan, signing with of course, the leading PR group in the country to extend our services to Pakistan. And of course, something very important regarding this partnership with Nutshell, that it will not only be basically focused on Pakistan, but the whole of Central and East Asia, because we believe very much that establishing our presence today in Pakistan will help us to expand our services into Central and East Asia through this great pool of talents that is actually, of course, in this country, and of course its enormous influence over the wider regional landscape.
Yes, exciting times ahead for both M&P and Nutshell. One of the things that I also was thinking about as we had our interactions in Dubai and then recently as well, is that you have had this sort of journey where you've worked with the local authority in Egypt, the General Authority of Investments and Free Zone, and I believe very recently, about a month ago, you signed an agreement with them as well to help them sort of develop their investment sort of landscape and investment climate. And you've also had meetings with our Board of Investment and with our SIFC. You've gone through this process of looking at multiple countries and how they've started to evolve themselves to attract investment. What do you think Pakistan, and I know this is just early days right now, but what's your initial impression? And you've been sort of listening to all the speakers, you've heard the ministers yesterday, you've heard a lot of people talk today. What does Pakistan need to do as far as government is concerned, particularly in terms of the regulatory framework, in terms of facilitation, in terms of collaboration, to be able to make Pakistan investable in a way that perhaps we haven't been able to do as best as we could potentially? So what's your advice for Pakistan? How does Pakistan evolve itself to become an investment destination in the region?
That's a very tricky question, my friend. Now, when I visit the country for the first time, as I was telling you, I prefer to eat more than actually talk. It's always wise to eat more than you talk, especially in Pakistan with the amazing food that you guys have here. So this is even better. Now, in terms of basically, of course, investment promotion efforts, so we're very proud as M&P that we are actually the preferred partner of many of the investment promotion agencies in the region. We're supporting not only private sector, but also governments and the investment promotion agencies to promote their countries as an investment destination. So we're proud, of course, of partnering with the Algerian government on this, with the Egyptian government, Bahrain, the Economic Development Board in Bahrain, also with Invest HK, the investment, of course, promotion board of Hong Kong. And we've had some very productive meetings here with the Prime Minister office as well as the BOI on actually the activation of a similar program. Now, what's key now in terms of the latest stands regarding actually investment promotion is that, again, you need basically to get clearly what you want to convey to investors. And there are some, basically, again, returning to the point that we started with, I believe that the Pakistan basically story is still untold. There is actually misleading narrative in the global media regarding security that needs to be clearly addressed. So when we are talking to investors regarding Pakistan, the first thing that comes to their mind is the security situation. Of course, all of basically and many countries have problems, but this is not as widespread as people would think. But it requires some very systematic and concerted efforts from the government side and from the private sector to make sure that we're conveying to the world that Pakistan is safe, it's not only safe for investment, but safe for tourism, and that you just need to come, see and visit this beautiful country and meet its warm people, and you shouldn't be afraid of doing so. By basically tackling this first very important perception, I think basically the investment climate would take great momentum. The second of course, very important point, Osman, are policies and regulation. Of course, basically the investment decision nowadays, as you know, is not happening in a vacuum. So any investor will need to analyze very well the policies and the regulatory environment regarding actually different sectors. So it's important to hold the regular consultations where actually, of course, the Pakistani government and private sector would engage with international investors regarding the healthcare policy and regulatory framework. ICT, of course, we've been hearing yesterday from actually the Minister of ICT that she's willing to engage in a dialogue with actually private sector regarding the tech, of course, framework. Now, things that are shaping the investment mindset are topics like artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity. So again, engaging with private sector on consultations and on dialogue on those topics help to introduce Pakistan and help, of course, basically to shape investment decisions. This is those basically two factors: security and security perception, and of course private-public dialogue on basically economic and basically sectoral legislation would put, of course, Pakistan on the right track when it comes to attracting international investors. So this is basically from a big picture standpoint. Now, when it comes to tactics, many governments basically mistakenly take investment promotion as a government-to-government basically exercise. It's not a government-to-government exercise anymore. Actually, it's a business-to-business exercise. If you would like to attract investment, basically more investment basically to any country, you need basically to have a platform of successful private sector companies that have been successful in the country and arrange and facilitate a conversation between them and those other businesses in other countries, because they are your biggest actually witness and testimonial of the investment climate. It's actually understood that the governments will always want to give a good picture about the situation, but private to private actually engagement are important. Micro-targeting basically the key investors that would be interested in specific investment opportunities are important. And I believe very much that the governments will need to upgrade their tools and instruments when it comes to investment promotion. That's from a tactical level, if actually they are serious about attracting more private sector and foreign direct investment in the country.
Yeah, the proof is in the pudding. So if you have the right kind of companies in Pakistan that are successful, and this is perhaps you're stealing a page from Asfar's book as well, he keeps harping on and sort of emphasizing this point over and over again to the government in Pakistan, that the best evidence you can offer for a good investment climate is how local companies who've already made investments are succeeding in the country. That is the proof. That is the proof point. And if you can create that, then that helps others sort of look at that environment and say, we want to put our capital here as well. So help the existing investors grow and have that kind of environment. Absolutely. And regulations obviously has a role to play to protect the vulnerable segments, but over-regulation, as we've also seen and talked about time and time again, hampers and not only paralyzes at times the environment for business completely. Let's zoom out a little bit. We've sort of looked at your experience in Pakistan, investment climate, and sort of look at the wider region and perhaps even the world. The last 20 years have been exciting, to say the least, and perhaps it reminds me of a Chinese proverb from 400 years ago, where I believe it's Feng Menglong wrote in 1632 that I'd rather be a dog in tranquil times than a man in chaotic times. So we're living in very chaotic times, and I think proof of that is not far. You look at you can go back as far as you like, but just looking at the last sort of 2 decades, you have the great financial crisis, massive world disruption, massive issues that happen in the US, but because we live in a connected world, everybody felt the brunt of it. And then more recently, you had COVID, and now you have the conflicts in Ukraine. You have a conflict in the Middle East between Palestine and Israel. A lot of challenges, lots of problems, creating issues around global trade with the Red Sea, the Houthis, et cetera, et cetera. And then in that context is the Middle East and the GCC trying to take off in a big way. Saudis trying to spend a lot, and Egypt trying to catch some of that investment and trying to create an environment that's conducive. And then obviously Pakistan, who has been also trying to position themselves to attract investment. So as you look at the global landscape and all the sort of chaos and the challenges around us, and in the Pakistani landscape where there's a lot of political issues and challenges as well, how do you see the investment climate in the region evolving, and what opportunities do people in the West have to engage their capital in these emerging markets to create sort of outsized returns for themselves?
Another very tricky question, my friend. Now,
so sorry, before I just wanted to interject. He asked me, what questions are you going to ask me? And I said, I'm not going to tell you the questions I'm going to ask you. We're going to have a candid dialogue. So she said, don't corner me. And I said, I'll try my best not to, but I'm cornering you now. So go for it.
Okay, let's go for the candid dialogue. Now, your biggest competition basically in the region is India. How candid is this? Very...
It's true.
So actually, I wouldn't think basically about the relationship between any Middle Eastern country and Pakistan as competitive when it comes to investment attraction. The competition that basically you're having right now and you'll be having most probably for the upcoming 20 or so years will be with India. And I believe in terms of we need basically, or Pakistan would need to reflect a lot on how to manage basically such a competition, because this will define so many things regarding basically its future. Let's take as an example technology. Every year, the pledges that are done by big technology companies, including Google, including Amazon, including now Apple, to the Indian actually market when it comes to information and communication technology, we're talking about tremendous numbers. So the question, or the hard question that basically that I would actually return it to you right now. So why is Pakistan unable to attract some significant parts of those investment pledges that are coming from the big actually players in the technology sector?
Yeah. Why indeed, right? And I think we all know the answer to it, and it has a lot to do with the political climate. It has a lot to do with the security climate. It has a lot to do with our sort of economic outlook. So yeah, those challenges are
You've got a great, basically, pool of talents. Pakistanis are overqualified when it comes to actually, of course, the digital, in terms of digital, of course, skills and education. You've got a super, of course, a significant actually population. You're able, of course, to export your services to any parts of the world. Again, it's about being focused on the things that matter. Again, policies, regulations, making sure that we are opening up Pakistan to the world, making sure that the story of Pakistan, its talents pool and its actually ability is marketed in the right way. This is a great country with a great civilization, but with very poor marketing.
Okay, that's so much for being candid. Thank you so much. I was speaking to so before we sort of start to wrap this up, I was speaking to one of the other speakers, and I won't quote who I was speaking to, but he made an excellent point. Since yesterday and previous editions of the Leaders in Islamabad Summit and our Future Business Summit, we talk about the youth pulse, and everyone sort of talks about how you have this tremendous young population, and that's such a great opportunity and a great endowment and so on. And the speaker said to me, yeah, it's a great opportunity, but it can be a big curse. Nothing worse than young people who are directionless, who don't have opportunity and don't have the right kind of employment, not the right kinds of skills to be productive human beings. And that youth bulge can quickly become a crisis and even become a reason and become a liability for us if we don't give them the right kinds of opportunities, staying in Pakistan or actually sort of working abroad as well. Thank you. I'm on point, Ore. Okay. So the youth bulge is great, but only if you can direct them in the right direction and give them the skills they need for the work that has to happen tomorrow. I'm very happy also, Mustafa, because not only are you here to participate in the signing with Nutshell and also sort of looking at the Pakistani environment and climate, but you have an actual project at hand. I'm not going to talk about the project right now, but suffice it to say that there is a very significant company that's an Egyptian company that's now coming into Pakistan to do some fantastic work in our financial sector. And we're going to be helping them sort of work and sort of expand their footprint here. And we hope that this will be one of many stories that MNP is going to introduce into Pakistan, and we will work together towards helping that investment come and grow it together, and then start the reverse, helping Pakistani companies move into the Middle East and Central Asia with your support, and giving them the right kind of platform to grow and work in those companies. So it has to be a two-way trade, and we look forward to that. And the final thing I'll also say is that he's been praising the food, and I said, well, Islamabad, I love the city, I live here, but that's not the food capital of Pakistan by far, right? So you have to come back again, and we need to do a proper food tour, and we need to go to Lahore, we need to go to Karachi, and we need to go to those places where people have been making the same one dish for generations and generations and have honed that skill. And he's promised me that he's going to come back for a food tour, and maybe we'll try and make some videos of that too, and who knows, maybe another collaboration will show up in the form of a video log of a food tour of Pakistan. So thank you so much, Mustafa, for spending time with us and having this dialogue, and I hope that you'll all be able to catch him after our session, and let's continue this conversation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Osman.
I would like to thank both the eminent and very, very dear speakers for this wonderful conversation. And I loved how Usman was trying to corner Mustafa continuously, and then Mustafa came back. And it was so wonderful. Very, very candid conversation. Very much needed. We need to hear this. Good question is why techno giants are not pledging to Pakistan while India is taking leaps. So for all of us to ponder and think, of course, that brings us back to, I would want you to please wait for the next panel discussion, and then I'll call you back on stage for the ceremony. Thank you so much. It brings us back to the issues that have been discussed here, whether it's the long-term framework of policy, whether it is the education, whether it is the infrastructure, whether it is the availability of infrastructural financing. Now I'm quoting Asfar's articles verbatim here shamelessly, but yes, we've been talking about this, and I hope that we will be able to find a way to achieve what we have set out to do and what LIBS stands for as a platform. We now have another dynamic panel coming up, and the people that I'm going to invite belong to the very core of the entire ecosystem of the changing modalities. They house and analyze the data and present to the world the essence of data-driven coordinates for the new wireframes. I'll request our very, very dear friend Mujib Zahoor, Managing Director, S&P Global, to please join us on stage as the moderator for the upcoming panel. Joining Mujib will be his colleagues who have traveled all the way from US to be with us. Marissa Taylor, Head of Commercial Technology at S&P Global. Marissa oversees the enterprise implementation of Salesforce and leads a global team of architects, business analysts, and developers, and QA engineers. Marissa is a seasoned Salesforce platform architect and engineer with over 10 years of experience, coupled with a solid background in project management spanning 2 decades and more. Next is Mike Ying, Head of Data Architecture of Commercial and Technology Platforms, S&P Global. He's spent more than 2 decades, very passionate about data and analytics. He's kind of grown up in a consulting ecosystem and has delivered many large-scale solutions at S&P. And finally, Jeff Mullane. Jeff is Head of Solution Delivery of Commercial and Technology Platforms at S&P Global across commercial and marketing organization of S&P Global. He has 20 plus years of experience in IT project management and leadership, business process automation, software configuration management, software engineering, and IT systems administration. He has helped many organizations ranging in size from startups to Fortune 100 transform their business processes and enhance performance through the implementation of best practices and automated tools. As an expert in Agile and Scrum methodologies, Mr. Mullane has extensive experience with DevOps and BPM using industry tools and techniques. We welcome you all here. Great to have you all here, and I'm sure it's going to be a very, very substantial learning for all of us here, because we've been talking about technology, we've been talking about data. So here, again, we kind of morph big picture into big data application and see what we have to learn. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mujib. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No pressure with all those expectation setting. We'll try to live up to it. Thank you very much, everyone. Before we kick off, I believe there's a small video that we would like to play. If the tech folks can get the video up and as you heard, our purpose, S&P Global is a purpose-led organization. Our purpose is to accelerate progress in the world. We accelerate progress through essential intelligence that we provide to corporates, to governments, to regulators, to educational institutions around the world. And we provide this essential intelligence through the power of our data, our analytics, and the tools we give to our clients that they use to make decisions with conviction. Today, I'm very pleased and honored to have an esteemed panel with me who basically run an organization that builds the tools that get these capabilities to our people and to our clients. So we will try to spend the next 45 minutes or so talking about some of those aspects. And we've heard the word, I think there was a count on how many times we've heard Gen AI since yesterday. It would at least would be in 3 digits, that count. So we will try to spend a little bit of time understanding some of those use cases and how it is actually being used in some applications. I'll kick off with a question for Mike and Marissa, perhaps. Mike, you can go first, and then Marissa, you can chime in. So how, in your roles and at S&P broadly, is preparing to face the competition as they also embark on this journey on utilizing some of these new technologies? And what do you see as our strengths, as well as your take on our thought process around AI and Gen AI capabilities? I know a lot going on in the question, but I trust your capabilities, Mike. He's fresh from a fun day at Joyland yesterday. That's why he looks so nice. I will not get into the other activities that occurred after that. But Mike, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, everyone. First of all, thank you for welcoming us to this beautiful city. It's been an amazing experience so far, and everybody, I mean, the most important thing is the people. Been so kind and wonderful to us. So thank you very much. So I think from your question around AI, I think first and foremost is our executive committee, our organization as a whole, has really put their weight behind AI in terms of this is where we want to be, this is where the future is, and how do we set ourselves up for success. And that is creating a mindset across the whole organization around AI and Gen AI. And that means getting yourself trained up, familiarize yourself with the technologies, what the terminologies are, LLM, all the lingos that goes around with it. We have some tools, and we've set up some foundational training across the organization to do so. From my perspective, AI starts with data, right? So we're a data company yourself, but the data is what drives our capabilities. So for me is making sure we have the data architecture and data infrastructure in place to put ourselves in the position to succeed with the Gen AI capabilities. And we're still in the very early stages of Gen AI. So setting up that foundational work, the data infrastructure is key to our success. And I'll talk a little bit more about some of those, how we're doing some of that stuff. But for me, I'll start off with that, the data being the key to everything that we do and setting up our foundation for success.
Thanks, Mike. Marissa?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Also, to echo Mike, thank you so much for the amazing warm welcome. It's so wonderful to be here with all of you, with our team, for the first time ever. I think Mike hit the nail on the head. Data is the backbone of Gen AI. But when we're thinking about the mindset and the work that we're doing there, this has created kind of a level playing field, right? No one has this completely figured out, which makes it a very exciting moment and gives us all of this opportunity to experiment. So our focus is very much around the concept of trying things out. We don't know exactly what's going to work. Thank you. We don't know exactly what's going to work or how it will eventually turn out. So we really embrace this concept of failing fast. We need to try, we need to test it out, and if it's not working, we move on to the next. So I think that is the really generous aspect that we have as part of our technical teams to run with Gen AI.
Thanks, Marissa and Mike. We'll get into a little bit more detail about some of the use cases later on in the discussion. I'm going to rope Jeff in to the conversation to expand a little bit more on a related topic. With a strong track record that we have in technology leadership, digitization and automation, how do you feel that we are continuing to align ourselves around Gen AI? Also, Jeff, from an organizational perspective, as also from an industry perspective, if you can comment on that, that'll be helpful.
There we go. Thanks for the question. S&P Global is, as we've mentioned, just kind of embarking upon this journey. So there's a few different things that we're focusing on at this point. AI is new to all of us, and our leadership saw very quickly that we needed to take some very concrete steps to be able to very quickly integrate and adopt these tools that are really going to be transformative in the future. So a few things that we did. First of all, if you think back to when we started hearing about AI, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago, some of the first things that came out in the news, some of the things that we heard about were, these publicly available tools and large language models, the ChatGPT, the Midjourney, these sorts of things, and we first started gaining access to these, and they were fun, right? You could sign up and start playing with them a little bit. They knew about the world sort of on a public basis. So you could ask it questions about, what is the best recipe for a biryani, or give me a funny picture of some cats playing poker, which was certainly a nice amusement. But this is kind of like how a child learns these things, right? Is by playing. But the next step was really figuring out how we can utilize these tools and apply them to our work, to our business. And so the leaders of our company had the foresight to create a platform which was internal to our organization, which could ingest that information that wasn't necessarily available to the public, but took advantage of the enormous scale that we had and the enormous breadth of data that we had across all of our platforms. So now we have a place that we can go and experiment, not just for amusement or entertainment, but actually for starting to see how these tools and technologies can be applied to our business. Along with that, we put a focus on the people side and the training side of this. So we have a very robust training organization as part of our company, and they've debuted things like boot camps, like instructor-led courses, self-paced courses, all of these resources that have been made available. Not just made available, they've been integrated into our culture. Our leaders have all been challenged with setting goals, and that percolates down throughout the organization. So every one of us at the company, as part of our annual goal-setting process, is challenged to write what goals we want to achieve this year related to AI. I have my goals. We all have our goals. And as part of that, we are using these new tools that are available to us. So I think with all of these actions, S&P has established a very strong foundation, and now it's really up to all of us as members of the company to take advantage and learn these tools and figure out how we're going to apply them going forward.
Thanks, Jeff. I think a couple of things that you talked about. It's important to reiterate the functionality of why it's important for organizations. We feel as a best practice to create more awareness around some of these technologies. The tool that Jeff was referring to is something that our colleagues, the 35,000 plus colleagues that we have globally, can use in their day-to-day activities. That is what will create awareness. We spent some time yesterday, last evening on this as well. So just for those of you who attended the session last evening, these questions for me are not by Copilot. Last night's questions were. I had asked Copilot to write the questions for the previous panel. But the point really being that making these tools available for your people in our various organizations. If you as an organization, as an entrepreneur, whether you run a small company, a mid-sized company, or a large company, democratizing access to tools that use these capabilities is an essential component of creating awareness and building expertise in your people around these capabilities. That is something that in very early on in this journey, as all my colleagues mentioned, I think something that we're coming across, we're seeing some absolute fantastic traction as people use these capabilities. They are now a part of this innovation and evolution that we are on. They can come and suggest new functionalities for our internal workflow tools, as well as for our client-facing products that perhaps if it was limited, because, and then again, I say this because we hear that, there's a department in an organization that's handling Gen AI, or that is responsible for innovation. Unfortunately, that's not how it's going to work, at least from our experience. The only way we can leverage these capabilities and we can leverage them to their full extent is by democratizing access to team members, by making sure that these capabilities are part of our workflow, only then we can truly see how our people and our organizations can benefit from these future technologies, from these data capabilities, from things like LLMs. I want to spend maybe a little bit more time on the same topic before we switch gears and get into talent. And perhaps we can get into business use cases and speak a little bit about, from your vantage point, and this is for all three of you, Mike, Marissa, and Jeff. Marissa, maybe we can start with you. From the commercial standpoint, what are some business use cases that you see that utilize some of these new capabilities that our clients are actually using that can be helpful?
Oh, absolutely. The thing with AI, right? Everyone initially, when we first started hearing about it, everyone was very concerned. It's going to take my job. It's going to I'm going to lose out on an opportunity. And what we're seeing is that's absolutely not the case. We're looking at how do we make our employees more efficient and more effective, especially on the commercial side. So some key business cases that we're really focused in on are analyzing white space for our customers. The primary platform I deal with is Salesforce, so CRM data, understanding that 360-degree view of our customers when you have multiple business units, multiple account teams working on them. That's really critical so that we can collaborate and be very cohesive about how we're presenting ourselves. Customers don't see us as differing business units. They see us as one S&P Global, and we need to create that for them going forward. One of the things that we have found in some research and partnering with a few of our consulting partners is that with AI capability, we are likely, the numbers, when you think about a span of time, a sales rep using AI and a sales rep not using AI, they might bring in the same amount of money, but the sales reps that are using AI are doing it with less customers and with larger opportunities. So what that does is then impact our year-over-year increase. So the more that we can bring that to the table for our sales teams is really critical.
Excellent use case. Mike, you wanna go next?
Yeah, sure. Just to add to Marissa's point around some of the use cases, one of our challenges is stitching together our data, right? With a 35,000 plus employee organization, we have a lot of data, and we have a lot of data coming from various data sources. So how do you, this topic is around big data, how do we stitch together and then make that cohesive for our commercial teams? And part of our job is enabling that commercial team. So providing them with information across our organization. So if a sales rep comes to me and says, such and such bank, what is our spend there and what are our opportunities? Our idea, a perfect use case is ask the platform. You ask the data and they'll give you all the information around that content, around that customer, how many opportunities you have in that space, what are the possibilities, and give you a potential target list of people to talk to because that's what the information is available to us. I think that's some of the power of what we're trying to stitch together. But in order to do so, you got to have good quality data. So for me, it's not just so much about, we talked about data, but also the data quality, the data governance, and the data lineage around that information. Okay, I have this data point, but where did it come from? How do I trust it? As you see, a lot of companies are competing for Gen AI solutions. They don't tell you necessarily, can you trust the information or the hallucination, as they say in the field, that are coming up with that data. So we, as a company, S&P Global, is very keen on that information. We want to be your trusted source. And with that same ethos, we apply that to our commercial and our digital organization to ensure the data that we provide to our commercial organizations is the same data quality and trust that we put in there. So,
thanks, Mike. I think, again, the point around enabling commercial teams and the use case around ensuring data integrity both are such key components. I can expand on them a little bit more, but Jeff, you want to maybe share a...
Yeah, absolutely. I'll offer another lens of this. Mike Marisa talked about the process of analyzing our customers' needs and selling to them. The piece that comes after that, however, which is equally important, is serving those customers, right? Because S&P is a business that wants to establish an ongoing relationship with our customers over the years and decades even to come, right? We don't want you to purchase something from us one time. We want you to be a recurring customer that comes back year after year and uses these products and helps build your own business from them. So serving these customers is an area that AI has incredible potential to help us with, because if you think about if you have purchased a product from us and you have a question or you encounter a problem, there's really two ways traditionally that you could work through that, right? You could ask for the manual, and we hand that to you, and we say, take the next day and read the manual and figure it out yourself. Or you could try and call us or chat us and say, help me with this problem, and that, speak to a person and get that help. So there's really this third way emerging, and we saw this several years ago with the emergence of these chatbots that, of course, now every website you go to, you click on chat, and some bot pops up, and sometimes it pretends to be a person, and sometimes it makes it clear it's a machine. But the initial generation of these were very much fixed in their responses and what they could do. So you asked them something, and it sort of did its best, but as I'm sure we've had all the experience, they weren't necessarily that good. What's coming with these large language models and this AI is there's a third path now where you have an intelligent chatbot that is the equivalent almost, or even more, of speaking to a person that has the latest manual with the information that's been incorporated from the release that just came out the last week and has done the equivalent of reading and memorizing and learning all of this. And it can help you with your questions, and it can help walk you through whatever steps are necessary to use our products effectively. And it does that immediately, and it does that intelligently. It does that at incredibly low cost and much higher customer satisfaction than either of the options that we had presented earlier. So that aspect of serving our customers and the way that AI is helping us do that is just a really exciting new thing that we're working to integrate across our entire suite of offerings.
Thanks, Jeff. It's a very interesting use case. Just to expand a little bit on what Marisa spoke about, enabling or using these technologies to enable your workforce become more efficient and productive is a significant use case and a great starting point for anybody here or listening in who's wanting to explore and venture into. I think this is a real use case that can be implemented. All of us have internal workflows in our organizations. Using some of these models on those internal workflows can enhance the productivity of your existing staff, can help your staff and your team members perhaps do more higher value add work than spending time on Excel sheets or macros trying to figure out what component of their workflow should they focus on more. Again, it goes back to the more we are able to integrate applications that leverage these capabilities into our workflows. The next time I'm going to say this, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but I just cannot emphasize enough why that is such a central component of adaptation around these capabilities and how much it will benefit individuals as well as organizations. Our people who are here who experience these workflows on a day-to-day basis will tell you that it enables them to spend more time on higher value-added tasks. And that's a source of great personal satisfaction, drives their engagement. It is just a win-win across the board if we are able to stitch this workflow together in this manner. We will also take some audience questions just to keep this interactive. We on this side are not used to a monologue conversation without a lot of audience participation. So we just had occupational hazard, you can call it. So we would love to take some questions from the audience. If you have any, please raise your hand, and I'm sure somebody will come to you with a mic, and we will get into those. Meanwhile, let me switch gears a little bit and talk. We've so far spoken about capabilities. All our three exceptional leaders essentially manage a lot of talent across geographies. So I want to pick your brains a little bit on what you see on talent trends. The question I have is around upskilling. The way technology has transformed and the pace of that transformation is very, very fast. How are you as leaders of global teams ensuring that employees and your team members sort of stay up to speed with everything that's going on? Marissa, maybe we can start with you.
Sure. Well, I just want to echo or reinforce the point that you just made, that value add that employees bring becomes so critical. The thing that I'm focused on with my team and what I encourage everyone in the company as we talk about Gen AI to do is to think about where are those administrative burdens? Where are those rote processes that we can automate through these tools and take that off your plate, because we do have such brilliance and such talent within our teams that I need them to be doing the big stuff. And I think often when we think about Gen AI, we get really focused on the big use cases, right? The big things, but it really is about day to day. Can you give me an agenda for this meeting? Help me prepare this deck. Help me check in my code. A lot of my team are, core skill set is hard code development, and that's not necessarily going to be the future, but I need them to understand and be really critical thinking about what the AI capabilities are putting out to them and assessing that it's correct and true. So I think our upskilling focus is on what we once referred to as soft skills, but I now like to think of them as power skills. It's critical thinking, it's communication, it's creativity, because you've got to interface with this tool that doesn't have any of those. And so we need to be focused in that space.
Fantastic. I think the point around soft skills or power skills, as you call them, is absolutely spot on. We spent some time, I think, yesterday in one of the panels, and as well as our panel, the one we had around skills, on the same thing. Mike, anything to add to that, or before I move on?
Yeah, sure. I think in the previous session, I think that what resonated with me, and I echo that, is there's tons of talent here in Islamabad, in Pakistan as a whole. I think it's we have to figure out as leaders how to marry those talent with opportunities. And I think a lot of the skill sets that I see that are upcoming is how do you work with AI? How do you work with prompt engineering and understanding? And that kind of, if you boil it down, is what I think of as data engineers. So data engineers as a profession, what does that include? That includes data scientists, data quality folks, data governance folks, how to understand data pipelines from source to destination, and really understand what the data means, right? What are you trying to get from an end user perspective, and how potentially can you discover that data and source that data? The low-level coding as a programmer, is going to go away in the next 5 years. I think you're going to have AI that will do most of that work for you, but it's you as a talent, as a person, to understand with that and make use of it to do most of that work for you. So I see that's where we're heading in terms of upskilling yourself as an organization.
Hello, excuse me. Hello.
Yeah.
I have a question, sir.
Okay.
Hello.
Who goes first? I'm looking at Moin Saab, but the voice is coming. I'll be quick.
The mic already in my hand.
Oh, you're back there. Yes.
Okay.
Moin Saab will take that one, and then we'll come to you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Professor Shah, I'm the Vice Chancellor of Karakoram International University from Gilgit-Baltistan, long way. We have started all these new technologies as our base programs in AI, data analytics, and all the new technologies. But the biggest challenge we face is to connect the students and graduates with the job markets. The question is how the global market and leaders in technology can help us to connect the universities in Pakistan, particularly focused on modern technologies, with the job market both at national and international levels? Thank you.
I can take this. Thank you, Professor Saab, for the question, a very important question. I think there are two ways or avenues. I'm not sure if you had a chance to attend the last session for yesterday, which was, I think Nadeem Malik spoke extensively around that. I'll quickly try to cover it. I think the first methodology is a lot of large enterprises, including S&P Global. I know Asif was here from Systems yesterday. I know Bilal from Contour does this. We already have established outreach programs with universities. We would welcome any university that has those capabilities to come and partner with us, where we want that talent to be able to, provided the opportunity to get groomed, to learn from the capabilities that a lot of organizations like S&P Global have who operate in Pakistan. So that is one avenue. The other avenue, I think Nadeem spoke about the Tech Lift program yesterday as well, which is a government funded program, a boot camp for college graduates to get them ready for the job market. Because right now the challenge is we have over 25,000 graduates, IT graduates coming out of Pakistan universities. The challenge is how many of them are immediately employable, how many of them have skill sets that are relevant. I was at a university recently and talking to the graduating batch of a 4-year computer science program. The curriculum didn't really cover any Salesforce development. If you go at our careers page right now, I think half the opportunities would be in that space. So would be in a lot of other areas. Even traditional, Mike spoke about data engineering. That's something that is still not covered in our curriculums. So I think the question I will pose back to educational institutions and people who are responsible for educational institutions is what can educational institutions do to keep up with the pace at which technology is changing? Because unless and until that happens, their product, which is their graduates, are always going to be catching up. So I think that's my perspective from my experience in Pakistan and looking at other countries, regional players as well. These are measures that we're not the only ones in the world trying to solve this problem, right? Everybody is facing the same challenge. So these are some best practices that we see from around the world. Some of them we are adopting in Pakistan as well. It is about how quickly can we adapt to those. Moin Saab, you want to?
Moin Bartley with the Center for Economic Research in Pakistan, sir. So here's my question. What's the wish list that S&P would have of data, different parts of Pakistan, there's data and with different organizations, different parts of government, NADRA or State Bank or the Bureau of Statistics. So what is the wish list of the data that you would love to have from different parts of Pakistan? Because I think that's critical. So that's one. And another related question is that looking at the Indian market, what are some of the data policies? I know this is getting pretty broad, but just very quickly, approaches or data policies that are there in India that the Indian government is supporting that you would love to have here in Pakistan?
Again, this will have to be me, unfortunately. I think so on your first question on the wish list, we frankly don't really have a wish list for any data in Pakistan. That's the short and sweet answer. We cover public company data. We cover about guys keep me honest, about 4,000 companies in Pakistan, maybe a little less. Am I just blatantly lying? Is that the number? That's what somebody told me. So unless that's what we're showing in our demo outside, you can go check it out as well. If that's not true, then there's a problem somewhere. So we cover public company data that's available to us. Other than that, we don't really have any sort of wish list per se from a regulatory standpoint or anything of that sort as far as data needs are concerned. The broader answer to the question is, in any market, the demand for data from the regulator would be, a lot of markets are moving towards automated filings, for example. That's very helpful. That helps get the data into the product a lot more quicker. So investors can take a look at that data a lot more quicker, so that you can maybe include in the wish list. Now, when you talk about what can we do from a regulatory standpoint or a policy standpoint, again, I think several things have been mentioned. I don't know, I'm sure you were here when Sajid was talking about the importance of ESG, having a data protection capability in the country. I know the ministry is working on one. That would be great. That's something that other regional countries have. Pakistan is on its way. I think it's almost there. So we should be able to get to that fairly soon. That would be a good piece of legislation to have for not S&P Global only, but for the market. As Sajid was mentioning, as we operate in a global economy, that's a requirement that's going to be there soon. So important for us to have that.
Just a quick, just wanted to mention, I was having a chat with your team a little while ago.
Don't put me on the spot, buddy.
No, I like to get the perspective from your colleagues as well. So they'd love to have bank deposit and branch location data. They'd love to have the licensing, broadcast licensing, data. And Nadra has tons of data. There's so much data out there which is not really being utilized. In fact, as a citizen, it's very sort of frustrating, and you realize what's the potential out there that's really not being utilized. And our stock market being the way it is, we would really like it to be a more mature and active stock market. So it'd be great to get some perspective on what is it that we could make available, do better, because at the moment, it's not really happening. That's my perspective. Thanks.
I don't know if you have...
I have a couple. I mean, I think that to your earlier question, what kind of data do we want? We want all of it if it's available, right?
Yeah.
I think from a technology standpoint, we see a lot in the field of compliance and data residency, right? So we talk about India, right? So we have, like a lot of the countries are requiring that their data reside in their country. The servers, the data themselves, the source of truth all sit there. So there's a and a lot of our vendors are all cloud-based. They're not necessary in those countries. So how do you solve for those things? And the privacy with each country, the European Union and United States are acting those privacy. What kind of information can you disclose? What kind of PPI information are you able to disclose? So there are some technology solutions in place. Just because you have them, and we would love to have them and use that and enable that and use that in our models and help and alleviate some obstructions in the field. But there are challenges around data residency and compliance at the government, at the state level, that there are solutions that we're also encountering in our space.
I have one quick question. Am I audible? Yes.
You're audible, but you're not visible. Where are you?
Yes, here. Okay. First of all, thank you so much for sharing informative information regarding AI to the leadership of S&P Global Pakistan. I'm Khurram Khan from S&P Global, working as a senior asset. And my question is very little, not very big. It is about startups. Initially, we were having a statement, world is all about globalization. Then we have less code, get more. Now, this is the era of AI, artificial intelligence. And now how these startups can how the startups can enable by using AI technologies for upcoming startups, new ideas. Can you share some thoughts on it?
Anyone wants to take that? I can take a shot, and then you guys can.
Yeah, I can offer a thought. I mean, one of the things Mujib made the yeah, I think so. Mujib made the comment earlier, right, that AI, people are afraid it's going to come and you're going to lose your jobs. But the reality is, every one of us these days in this lean organization, we don't have one job to lose, right? We have 7 or 8 or 9. I would be very happy to lose a few of those jobs, right? And so as a startup, you know, your people are probably doing that and even more. So the opportunity that AI presents itself is, imagine, you know, in the past you were a startup with only a small number of employees. You had to really limit your scope and what you could take on with those employees. You have now a staff, right, and AI that you can tap that could do the work of 10 or 100 or 1,000 employees. So what are those opportunities that you can use to give yourself that scale, leveraging these AIs and these models and these tools that are out there and available for anyone in the world to consume? And then what does that allow you to do in your thinking that previously you might have thought, oh, I'm a startup, I can't do that, I don't have the people to support that, right? Throw that thought out of the window. Think about what you could do now if you had that ability to tap that staff of thousands of people as a small startup. That's one of the abilities that AI would give you.
Thank you very much for the questions. As you can see, we've been, well, we would love to carry this on, but
yes, we're running a little short on time.
Everybody's saying we're having too much fun, so we'll have to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mujib. I know this is a very, very fascinating discussion, and technology is always fascinating, overwhelming at times, and then you become an expert. It has that magic of interweaving itself into your lifestyle very, very quickly, and you become used to it and you learn how to master it, and just then these guys change it completely. So you are back to square one and you're again starting from the scratch and learning it, and by the time you come to the stage where you can show off, okay, yes, I know this, they change it again. So this is how the game works, and the evolution is becoming quicker, and we need to kind of stay abreast. I think mastering technology is perhaps essential, but predicting how it is going to move is more important, and that is where Pakistan will need to seriously focus on. Because we can't compete on what exists today. We need to plan for 5 years ahead to be able to stay ahead in the markets, and that's where these brains will come in extremely useful. So we are very, very glad to be on the friendship basis with you guys, and thank you so much. This was fascinating, and we loved the questions. I would like to invite Dr. Farhan Isa here for the ceremony, and I would also like to invite Mustafa Muharram and Usman to come and join us on stage for this ceremony. Dr. Farhan Isa and our General Shehzad, if you could join us on stage, please. Thank you, Dr. Farhan. Marissa, if you could be kind enough to please come and take the souvenir. Mike Ying. Yes, claps, please. Lots of them. Jeff Merlin, please. A group photo for everyone before I call Dr. Jihad Nakla to please join us on stage, Chairman Al Baraka Bank Pakistan. for two of our very eminent speakers to receive their souvenirs from him. Dr. Jihad Al-Nakla, Chairman Al Barka Bank, Pakistan, kindly join us on stage, sir. Souvenir for Mustafa Muharram, please. Dr. Jihad. And for Usman Yusuf. Mike, I hope you have received your book. Yes? Okay. If I could request Dr. Jihad to please forward the book to Mike also. This is a wonderful book, encapsulates the beauty of Pakistan. We keep talking about the potential, but the fact is that Pakistan is a gorgeous country. It's got 3 of the highest mountain ranges. It's practically the roof of the world. It's got lovely, throttling rivers. It's got beautiful plains of agriculture. It's got a coastline that is absolutely majestic with 3 active ports. Pakistan's got a lot to offer. And this book kind of contains it in the photographs and the narrative. Thank you so much.
All right. Hello, Assalamu alaikum once again. And we're now coming to the tail end of this summit. And let's brace ourselves for the last and the final session of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit, 7th edition. The Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit 7th edition is co-hosted by Nutshell Conferences Group and Unity Foods Limited in collaboration with the Overseas Investors Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Faysal Bank is our platinum partner and InfraZamin is our strategic partner. So is Marissa still in the hall? I couldn't help but notice that one of the first things she did after landing in Pakistan was to put henna on her hands, and it was absolutely beautiful. It was so nice to see that traditional touch. So full marks for that, Marissa, wherever you are right now. All right, so we have some very eminent speakers in the last session, and my team and I have been seeing that the crowds have really come in today, especially in the last session and this one, so much so that we had to manage chairs on both ends of the hall. So actually the interest that all of you have shown in Leaders in Islamabad yesterday and today, it is a testament to the hunger that our society and our audiences now have for meaningful content and to engage in healthy debates and to talk about issues that are important for Pakistan, they're important for the region, especially the insight that has been brought by our wonderful international speakers. Another thing which is extremely heartening and a statistic that has come out from specifically this edition of Leaders in Islamabad is that we have a number of students that have also been nominated by universities in Islamabad to attend this summit. It is, I think, brilliant that these sessions are training grounds for our future, our future generations. So these were the two things I wanted to share with you before we move to our last speakers. I would like to invite our speakers on stage. Mr. Alessandro Ferrin, if you could please join us on the stage, and let's take the applause a notch higher. Everybody, thank you very much. All right, I'd also like to invite Dr. Jihad Al-Nakla on the stage. And last but definitely not the least, the man who's flown several thousand hours, former Air Chief of Pakistan Air Force, Air Chief Marshal Suhail Aman. Sir, please grace the stage with your presence. Thank you very much. So for this last session, I'd really like it if all of you could take out your cell phones, use the hashtags Leaders in ISB and hashtag Collaborating for Growth, and post about the content that will be shared, post about your experience of yesterday and today, talk about what a brimming hall we've had these 2 days. So let's start posting. Let's get some good content on social media as well. I'd also like to mention that we've had a great online audience as well. Leaders in Islamabad has been a hybrid conference for the past number of years. So it's extremely wonderful to have our international audiences online as well. Right, so now it is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the 9th session. Mr. Alessandro Ferrin has nearly 2 decades of experience in telecom, mobile marketing and business consulting. He has international business networks covering Europe, Africa, the Latin American countries, and the Middle East. In 2019, he co-founded the company that he's managing and heading right now, Novelty Media. It is a media company that reinvents the way content over mobile phones is delivered. So, Mr. Ferrin, it's an absolute pleasure to have you with us, and I invite you for your address. Applause, please.
So, good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm deeply honored to be here today and actually to have the opportunity to participate in what I consider can be a key step in the exciting journey that Pakistan is actually starting. I'm Alessandro Ferrin. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Novelty Media. As you might have understood, I'm from Italy, and actually this drives me to the first consideration I'd like to share with you today, that is the perception of Pakistan in Europe. Well, matter of fact, a lot of people, majority of the people in Europe, has a minimal knowledge. It's better now? Perfect. Has a minimal knowledge of about Pakistan. We barely know the history. We definitely don't understand the language. We have a different culture. We have a different religion. Why not? We dress maybe even a different way. So in essence, majority of the people, they actually associate Pakistan to a largely populated country from where a lot of immigrants are coming from. Most of them even not that friendly, not, that sociable. And they are just taking over very low-level positions as workers. Well, I have to admit this is one of the most misleading perceptions I have been exposed in my life. Here in Pakistan, I met some of the most brilliant, most inspiring leaders, businessmen I have been exposed in more than 20 years of my operations around the globe. In Pakistan, I found one of my best friends, my mentor, Naeem Zamindar. But most important, I would say, just by walking in the street, just by interacting with people, I definitely perceived a positive attitude that is coming to me just as a foreigner. And with that regards, I'd like to share with you a small story that happened to me the very first time I landed here in Islamabad about 3 years ago. Just outside the airport, I came across two informal stewards that were there, and they not only helped me out by phoning a driver that I was not able to reach, but actually they offered me even a coffee. And when I was about to give them a tip for their service, they politely declined, and they told me, "Welcome to Pakistan." So people, this is really something, the best spot that the country may have for a person that the very first flight landed in the country. So yes, a misleading perception is definitely a challenge that Pakistan is now facing, but I'm truly convinced that the more the country will get exposed to international investors, the more the country will have tourists coming and experiencing Pakistan, the sooner this misleading perception will fade out and showing the real spirit of this country. So, as I was mentioning, about 6 years ago, I co-founded Novelty Media. Novelty Media is a startup, and our journey started from a basic consideration. On a daily basis, we are bombarded by advertising, primarily on our devices, on our mobile phones. So we are paying less and less attention to what we are displayed. Therefore, me and my partner came up with a solution to try to interact in a different way with users, and we created SmartAd. What is SmartAd? SmartAd is a new media channel that transforms the basic core functionalities of our smartphones into viewing events. So content and advertisement are now deployed to the user upon unlocking the phone while initiating, placing, receiving, or terminating a voice call. In return to the users for watching up to 20 snack-size content within the day, they are getting rewarded by incentives in a frequent and recurrent manner. Most important, the recurrency. So they have these digital goods that we give to them just in return for them to be in service. What I do mean about digital good? I'm talking about free data. So we are delivering this service in partnership with telcos that in first place enable us to fast grow our customer base. In less than 6 months, we collected more than 3 million users in service with a plan of reaching 10 million by year end. But the partnership with telcos gives also us the opportunity to have access to further benefits that we can give out to the end users. So I mentioned free data, but what about vouchers? What about the possibility for the users to subsidize in full or in part the buying of new phones? So in essence, what we are doing, we are giving a facilitated digital access to people funded by advertising. And clearly, the boost that we are giving also to the advertising ecosystem, collecting advertising budgets in local revenues, is definitely creating a positive momentum for the economy. So we truly believe that our solution can be different with this innovative way that we have to interact with people, will be definitely a disruptive element, a disruptive component in markets, and specifically in markets like Pakistan, where millions of people, millions of young people cannot yet afford a proper access to digital for their health, education, entertainment, and financial services. So recently, we presented our solution to a lot of investors around the world, and frequently we have been asked why we have decided to start our international expansion from Pakistan. Well, actually, we invested here already 1 million with a plan to go to 10 million in the next 2 years. So this actually drives me to the last consideration I would like to share with you today. So the relevance of a market like Pakistan, even for early stage technology companies. The lack of language barriers combined with the access to millions of people, of young people, is definitely a tremendous opportunity for startups whose enterprise value is going to be calculated against the size of their customer base. clearly by attracting those startups in Pakistan will definitely have a positive return for the economy as well, driven by innovation. So, and it's also creating further job opportunities, because I'm very confident that a lot of companies will actually take in serious consideration to move their operations within Pakistan, considering the more favorable labor cost, as an example, compared to Europe. There is, in a way, a pre-requirement that is definitely mandatory in order for this opportunity to materialize in a way that is going to be significant for the country. And it is the fact that international ventures, and specifically for early stages ones that obviously they do not have enough spending power, or they have at least limited spending power, to have very clear, precise and long-term rules and regulations in place. This, in first place, to evaluate the business case in the mid-long term, so the investment that they are going to do, if it's going to be profitable or not. And also, why not, really important, the access, the easy access to this type of information to enable it to collect enough data, even from remote, for evaluating the opportunity to invest here in Pakistan. So with this, I'd like to conclude, and I sincerely hope that the journey that Novelty Media has started here in Pakistan may translate very soon in a very profitable and fruitful case study that a lot of companies internationally would like to replicate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I must say that we're very encouraged by your interest and your investment in Pakistan, and thank you for recognizing the potential of this immense market with its growing youth bulge. You also spoke about changing perceptions, and I think all of you international speakers who've joined us for Leaders in Islamabad, the ones that have been joining previously, and all of you who are here today, would, inshallah, God willing, be our ambassadors as you go back to your own countries. And we hope that this influx and traffic would keep growing. And in fact, that is one of the things that Nutshell believes in doing, bringing more and more people to witness not only the potential of this country as a market, but also how beautiful we are as a people, and so many other traits that, define who Pakistanis are. So thank you very much, Mr. Ferrin, for your very interesting address. I'd now like to introduce Dr. Jihad Al-Nakla, Chairman Al-Baraka Bank Pakistan Limited. He has more than 3 decades of varied experience in mixed commercial banking and credit rating at senior levels. He has strong credit risk management and financial analysis skills. Dr. Al-Nakla has previously served on the boards of Al-Baraka Group and Jordan Islamic Bank, in addition to the chairman of the board of directors of Al-Baraka Sudan. He's previously served as the general manager of Moody's Investors Service Middle East in Dubai. He's also served on the boards of 3 of Moody's subsidiaries in Egypt, Cyprus, and the UAE. Dr. Nakla, I welcome you to Leaders in Islamabad, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Assalamu alaikum and good day. I hope everybody in all the corners can hear me well. It gives me great pleasure really to speak to you here today, and I would like to thank Nutshell and in particular Mr. Asfar Ahsan, who extended the invitation to me. We came to Islamabad for our board meeting, and for me this is the first time I come to this beautiful city. And what an honor on this occasion to speak to this great conference. I attended so many 2-day conferences, and I can tell you on the second day, especially on the afternoon, and especially on the entail as put by the facilitator, there will be hardly anybody in the room, let alone or less being awake. So this is really congratulations to the organization. this conference looks, seems, and appears to be a very successful. Good work. I think many of us in our early stages on our career building, we attended some training on how to make a presentation, good presentation. And the advice always try to come up with a story. I have many stories to tell, but mostly Palestinian-oriented. So, however, I decided to spare you that distress and share maybe a quick note. Yesterday, the board was privileged to meet with the finance minister, Mr. Mohammed Aurangzeb, who was very kind to share with us a number of initiatives, developments underway and in the pipeline, which hopefully, inshallah, will make a difference to the economy, government finances, and some of the institutions. Good luck to him. And I met with a number of finance ministers, and I can tell when you are listening to pure politician or somebody, a private sector leader. So good luck to him, and I think the new government, at least the finance department, is on the right track. So I look like I'm a bit nervous because this audience is so great. We looked into possible topics to talk about, and eventually we agreed to talk about Al-Barakah Bank, Pakistan, and the stages and the steps and the initiatives taken toward becoming a leading Islamic bank in the country. So I'll be using some notes to talk about some milestones. Al-Barakah Bank operations is part of Al-Barakah Group that's based in Bahrain through Al-Barakah Islamic Bank, a subsidiary, and both are in Bahrain. Al-Barakah brand or subsidiaries are available in different geographical. We cover a number of African countries. We are in Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, South Africa, and Sudan. And if we cross east to Asia, we are in Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, Pakistan, of course. We have digital setup in Germany and 2 branches in Iraq. Here in Pakistan, the operation started in 1992 with as small as 2 million. It was through branches of Al-Barakah Islamic Bank in Bahrain. However, ABG started to inject cash, capital, and since 1992, now the capital amounts to $86 million. That's in today's exchange rate. Otherwise, it's really higher than that. Until 2010, since for 8 years, it operated through branches and then confirmed transfer to subsidiary. In October 2010, Al-Barakah 29 branches converted to grow to 60 branches, and then started acquisition and to grow within the country. In 2016, it acquired, in the same year, 2010, Emirates Global Bank. 6 years later, it acquired Burj Bank. And now, we have 2,400 member staff, and 170 branches. During 2023, or actually before that, if I step back, a change in the top management about 18 months ago resulted in enhanced dynamics and more predictable outlook for the bank. During 2023, we witnessed significant growth in all areas of banking business, notable growth in deposits, assets, profitability. Our capital adequacy ratio, CAR, now nearly 21%. We covered all retained losses, and now we are on positive area. We have external rating, I mean, Pakistani agency, A+ rating, and we provide full suite of Islamic financial banking products, covering all sectors, retail, corporate, investment banking, treasury services. We at the bank continue to take initiatives. I hope this helps. We have a role toward our customers, so on the corporate side, and we know in the country there are so many family-owned large corporates who organized a big lecture. I mean, big in the sense there are so many corporate attended. We brought prominent speaker, Sheikh Yusuf Khalani. The title is Sheikh, but he's really on the business side of the Sharia thing, and that was well received. We plan to have another one later on this year in Lahore. That was well received by the family owners, which gave them some ideas about the future governance and maybe IPO spinning off if needed. One of the initiatives is really to enter the Hajj business. And by this year, or within this year, we managed to acquire 40% market share of, they call it Tanzim, companies that open account with us. So we are a leading bank providing services to this Tanzim company. One of the most important initiatives, and I think we are ahead of other banks in this, is forging or promoting trade finance between Pakistan and other countries where Al-Barakah is operating. And we started with South Africa, and we have a conference between the two sides, businessmen, traders, I mean exporter, importer, depending on the way where you sit on the equation. And we have a portal now available to all these merchants where they can exchange information and data and have data and information about their counterpart in other countries. Later this year, we'll do the same with Egypt. So we're expanding. Okay, sounds like in Africa, but soon it will be also Asia. We launched a very ambitious digitalization strategy that is aligned with the global strategy of Al-Barakah Group, and that's involved now we have very advanced mobile banking, internet banking. This is to enhance the customer-facing or customer experiences, but also internally we have so many initiatives for digitization and digitalization of our processes. I don't know what happened to me today. Okay. Internally and on the sustainability, we are very committed to ESG, social and sustainable economic. The group, by and large, strives to contribute to the real economy and the impact of the communities we operate in. As a member of International Islamic Financial Group, founded on Islamic principles and values, we are at Barakah believe we have now more, this is failure. We have particular obligation on society, thank you, through patronage and sponsorship of education and social projects to enhance the living condition and the quality of life of individuals in the local communities we operate in. And we have a strong CSR program that reflects our commitment to the society that varies from direct donation to community work and addressing financial literacy. The bank also embarked on knowledge and awareness program to promote Islamic finance within the corporate environment in the country. And as a charity, start from home, at home, we are planning a water filtration project to provide drinkable water to the community around our head office in Karachi. Developing a clear ESG agenda, the bank value very much ESG, and is now a fixed agenda item to the board, and the board executive committee monitors the implementation of our program until such time we form a dedicated board committee for ESG. From risk management side, we make ourselves aware of potential environmental, social, and governance risk, and to be able to manage and mitigate the arising risk, so we keep operating in a safe environment that adheres to ESG principle. The credit policy now addresses ESG factors by assessing related risk at the borrowing entity's side. And on the sustainability front, and I think we did a lot here, the bank has enhanced the training budget over the years with emphasis on the job training. Employees' benefits have been enhanced with a view to do more in the coming years to reduce attrition, but also to retain talent. We have now a more transparent and fair recruitment process that promote diversity and inclusion within the bank's workforce. It is notable that now that we have more women in leading positions in the CEO's leadership team and in the board. And we have a good graduate program to meet our needs, but with surplus that can go to the marketplace with training and some experiences. Innovation, product development, and service quality now receives more focus. In the governance side, a gradual and rigorous review of all policies and procedures is underway with focus on ethical behavior and anti-fraud and corruption measures. These documents are readily available to our staff in the local and the internal portal with readily available training if needed. Now, all our board members are certified directors, and we rolled the certification to our C-level leaders. The group's mission, and this is globally shared within the group, is to fulfill the financial needs of communities across the globe by conducting business through an ethical, customer-centric approach tailored for the digital age, based on our core belief and aimed at sharing the mutual rewards of our partners in business success, our customers, our employees, our shareholders, and our communities by and large. We aim to become bank of a choice and employer of a choice. With this, thank you for listening, and once again, thank Nutshell for giving the opportunity and forgive my. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. El Nakla. Actually, I was just speaking to Asfar, and he told me that this is your first time at Leaders in Islamabad, so we're very, very honored by your presence, and also we're extremely inspired as an audience by your humility. So would you, we were just wondering, General Shahzad and I were having a word, and we were wondering if you would like to share maybe an initiative in Islamic banking that you are leading in Pakistan, because Pakistan is a big market for you, so we just wanted to know. And if there are a couple of other questions, we would like to take a couple of questions if the audience is interested. Please, sir. The mic is right beside you, if you could switch it on. Thank you. The mic.
Yeah, is there a question? So I missed the question. Yeah, the question is coming, yeah?
Yes, actually, I was wondering if you would like to share maybe an Islamic banking initiative across some other countries or specifically in Pakistan?
Well, within the group, each subsidiary has its own Sharia board committee, or board actually. But at the level of the group, we have a unified Sharia board, which try really to align the policies and the way, correctness, if you like, and new products coming to the market, taking into account that some countries have their own, regulations, if you like, or definition of products that are acceptable by different bodies, either the central bank or other regulatory body in that country. And frankly, there is no one definition. Some products in one country, haram, like tawarruk in Jordan is not allowed, tawarruk in Saudi Arabia is very, very popular. So the unified board try to really find common ground so it can roll out this fatwa, if you like, and then give freedom to individual boards to operate within that. I think this is very important and main thing. Otherwise, the Islamic products is well known to many in many ways. However, each subsidiary and also at the board, at the group level, we have products development unit. But frankly, the changes is not like, even a conventional bank, you don't come with the new products every day. Conventional products, maybe structured products, there is always innovation and competition there. I hope I answered.
Thank you very much. In fact, Faysal Bank, that is our platinum partner for leaders in Islamabad, and a bank that we've been working for a while is also an Islamic bank, and so we're quite familiar with a number of products that they offer, and in fact, it was the biggest conversion from a traditional bank to an Islamic bank, Faysal Bank. Also, we have a digital Islamic bank now in Pakistan, which is the Rakami Islamic Digital Bank. All right. Is there another question?
If you allow me, one example where products in one country differs. Here, we couldn't receive a fatwa that we can issue credit cards, although I must say credit cards are not popular in this country.
Actually, they are.
Credit cards are there.
We've become a nation that's using plastic money a lot these days, especially the slightly younger population. It's very popular nowadays. I don't remember the last time I carried cash in my.
I would like to talk to you about it. The debit cards is different from credit cards. I meant the credit cards, where the bank extend the credit free of charge for 6. So the question how to price that debit if it's not unpaid on time, I think there's an issue here.
Right. Is there any other question that someone from the audience would like to ask? Yes, Shafqat, please. All right.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Jihad, first of all, welcome to Pakistan. It's a pleasure to have you here, and hopefully you will keep coming back, because it is an emerging economy and you will have a lot of opportunities to grow here. I'm from S&P Global, and my question is, each bank has a green banking strategy as well. Do you have any green banking initiatives or strategy for near term or short term? For Pakistan specifically?
Yes, without going into particular details of the strategy itself. Yes, last year we approved a new strategy, 5 years strategy, that takes into account a number of areas where we want to grow or we want to slow down, but largely growth. One of the aspects is really to expand our network, branch network. So we have planned to add new branches every year across the country, and we started this year. That strategy, I must say, was developed in a detailed way by our new CEO. He sits here, Mr. Atif Hanif. And to discuss it and approve it, we spent one full day in Dubai just discussing that. Yes, we have a strategy. Thank you.
Yes, please. If you could please introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Muhammad Atif Hanif. I am CEO of ISLAMABAD Bank Pakistan.
Welcome.
And I must acknowledge that Dr. Jihad was very kind to accept this invitation. He was here actually for a 2 days board meeting, and Mr. Asfar flew with us from Karachi, and on the way, we thought that it will be a good opportunity if Dr. Jihad can come and share his views. I will just like to answer the ESG part. Green banking, of course, all banks have green banking strategy, but now, as per the new regulations of State Bank, by 2025, all banks have to have a complete framework of ESG. So we have partnered with KPMG, who are aligning us on this path, and our target to have a complete ESG strategy aligned and developed by the end of this year and not 2025. So ESG part is very well taken care of. As far as overall, like there was a question about the special initiatives or the special business approach that we have towards Islamic, from Islamic banking perspective. We are the only bank who have a very focused approach towards the Hajj and Umrah business. 47% of the private Hajj business, the share is with Al Baraka Bank Pakistan. And likewise, we are looking at products for even, we are actually financing Hajj as well. So people who cannot afford Hajj in this expensive era, we have consumer products where people can go on Hajj and then pay later. And also we are opening another franchise in Saudi Arabia by the end of this year. So this is going to be a major development for the Hajj and Umrah business, both ways, and also the home remittance. Saudi Arabia is the leading source of home remittance for Pakistan, and we will be probably the only bank in Pakistan with major presence in Saudi Arabia, and that is going to make a big difference. So now we are, we have been here for 30 years. We were the first Islamic bank in Pakistan in 1992, and now expanding in multi-dimension, digitally, brick and mortar, technology, and in so many areas. So thank you.
Thank you very much for elaborating on your initiatives, particularly the home remittance. We do have the largest Pakistani population in Saudi Arabia, so I'm sure this would be a very popular product.
Sorry,
Dr. Sure.
Quick note. I wished I spoke sitting rather than standing there.
Well, we can have a second edition next year, inshallah. So thank you very much, Dr. Al Nakla. It was very, very, very nice to have you. A round of applause for Dr. Jihad Al Nakla. Thank you very much, sir. Before we move on to our last speaker for the day, I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Asfar Ehsan, founder and CEO, Nutshell Group. Also, Mr. Amir Shahzad, Executive Director, Unity Foods Limited. All right, so the final address of today will, I dare say, be the most powerful one, because it's coming from a very powerful man who's as humble as he is powerful, Air Chief Marshal Suhail Aman, who was the Chief of Air Staff of the Pakistan Air Force from 2015 to 2018. He's credited with the orchestration and actualization of the Air Force's modernization plan. He's a true believer in education for all, and not only did he introduce several scholarship schemes for deserving children during his tenure as CAS, but he also established 2 medical colleges and 3 campuses of the Air University across the country. What is special about his initiatives is that he pioneered welfare initiatives for persons with special needs. Air Chief Marshal Suhail Aman has several awards to his credit, including the Nishan-e-Imtiaz Military, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, Sitara-e-Imtiaz Military, and Tamgha-e-Imtiaz Military. He is also a recipient of the Legion of Merit of the Turkish Armed Forces, He's also been awarded the King Abdulaziz Medal of Excellence by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United States Legion of Merit, which is the highest military award of US Armed Forces awarded to any foreign military official. So, Sir Sohail Iman, the stage is all yours.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, respected audience, the foreign delegates who are here, and a lot of people online. Assalamu alaikum, very good afternoon. Thank you for a very flattering and inflated introduction. Honestly, I believe I did the job to the best of my ability with sincerity. And this country is so beautiful that every bit of time, energy, and even if life, it's all worth it. So, and I'm so very delighted to welcome a large number of audience here. And what is important is that your presence here is a clear indicative of your desire and your spirit to take this country a step forward. And our delegates who have come in from all over the globe, thank you so much. We're really very grateful that you came here, your meetings with us and with the government and everything. Sorry, we put you in a bit of spin in these 2-3 days, but it's been wonderful having you all with us, and thank you so much. What I believe is that these segments have been going on, the Future Summit, the leader is Islamabad, and today, I, as an elder at the nutshell, feel extremely content and satisfied because a lot of echoes have started to come in from the public sector, private sector, the government, everybody saying few things that I'll probably reiterate. They're all coming on one. And of course, we are not the only one. There are a lot of efforts which go in, but that's a small contribution that we make from our side. While you may be wondering, looking at the programs, that there are 2 federal ministers and the senators who are supposed to come and address, and they're not here, but each one of them handed over 20 pages to me. And do you want me to read those out? And of course not. All right. That being on the lighter side, they're both extremely committed and they're outstation, and they asked specifically me to consider and render their apology. But those have been actually very good addition. And one more thing. Today, a man who planted this sapling 21 years ago, I'm sure that he's seen this grow, glow, and I'm talking of Muhammad Asfar Hassan. And for today, I'm not saying that he'll be very happy or something, because the journey is not ended. The journey is begun for the nutshell. But I'm sure that he must be content to see this grow to the national level, and of course now to the international partners. Asfar, you have been able to create not only an organization, but an institute with particular culture, with values, and complete commitment to Pakistan and the international community. Thank you so much for doing this. What we've done in the last, and please bear with me because I'll come out with very heartfelt comments that I have. I think what we have done in the last 2 days is threadbare, analyze, and say what needs to be done. And that's not bad. And that's not either to take any negative feelings from this hall. The best reward that I got was yesterday. The university students sitting here, they got hold of me in the tea area. And they said, "Sir, looking at the social media, it is such a depressing situation that was going on. And when we come here, we realize that there is so much of hope. The country has that much of potential. There are foreign delegates who are here. now intending to invest. There are ministers who have decided not to work graders. And I think that's a fantastic thing to do, that leave your profession, come in and lead with all that vigor and spirit. And I think the time within a month and a half, the results have started to show. So I think that hope in the youth that has been created by the leader in Islamabad, I take that as the biggest virtue that I am going to take from here. All right. And this reminds me of 2007, then when we were in London and we were doing the course at the Royal College. And ladies and gentlemen, what they had done was, we were about 87 people. They distributed us into different groups and sent it all across UK. And we were supposed to make observations looking at the police, the judiciary, the public offices, the private sector. And I was wondering, I was young at that time and I didn't understand. I said, why do they want us to criticize? And when we came back, we had the back seats completely with the House of Commons, House of Lords, the top politicians. They all sat and listened to us. And we would all compare it with the systems, we'll all give our inputs. They quietly listened to it. And I think that's what exactly the nutshell has done in the last 2 days. And of course, the effort that we are doing, bring out things. Unless you speak truth to yourself, unless you know what are the problems, you can't fix them. So what you have heard here is a complete mix of hope, opportunity, and the way forward. And we as a country have lived through. I mean, look at give me an example of one country which has gone through such a big spell of the terrorism. We got one of our arch adversary on one side, which keeps us involved into the armed race. We're a peace-loving country, and no offensive designs are ever there. But then the best defense is to remain prepared, and that is where a lot of chunk of our budget goes. Now, that's a constraint that we have to understand. And I'm here to give you a statistic about the State Bank of Pakistan and not of any think tank. In the war on terror, for 20 years, this country lost $110 billion, let alone the 60,000 of the civilians who lost their lives and 6,000 of soldiers who absolutely courageously fought for this country. Where else is that example? And I think today morning when Mustafa made a point about the security, I think 2016 was a time frame which was the best opportunity for this country, because security was ensured with all the sacrifices that I talked about, the finances, the lives. We had gotten rid of it. Our eyes must remain focused even on a small incident in this country. That's not required. And let me assure you, Mustafa and rest of the delegates here, the country's security operators is keeping a full eye on it, and we truly understand where we are located. It's not, there are a lot of eyes on this region. Afghan has been a problem. We didn't ask Russians to invade Afghanistan, but then this war came to us. We don't want any neighbors to be getting into hostilities with us or with anybody else. But then it does happen. And that is where our biggest concern is security. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we were given a phrase during our studies. This is about the security, stability, and prosperity. That's something, a golden 3 words that we need to remember. You need to get secure, bring the political stability in the country, and only then the country will produce economic results. And let me also share with you, and I'm sure most of you have heard it all these 2-3 days. Everybody said, we know the problem, we know the solution, it is the implementation which has been lacking. And of course, that's what I'm going to dilate a little, that why is an implementation a problem? But then 1997, If you look at the two graphs of the GDP between us and, of course, India has done very well after that, that's where the two graphs cross, and we started to drop down and they went up. But then think of, and we must identify the correct root problems. Today, the world has changed. It's not about the geopolitics, it's all about geoeconomics. And if economics is the key, then the private sector is the one which is supposed to take that responsibility. The government has no business to do business. And I think this statement came up and I picked up from yesterday. And I think Aurangzeb said this, who was the finance minister. Government has no business to do business. It is all about the private sector. And I've been in the military, but then for the last 6 years, when I look at private sector, wow, think completely, there is so much energy, knowledge, wisdom in the private sector. Now is the time, and I'm addressing here the private sector. When these efforts have gone in, and the government has clearly started to say, the finance minister saying that here yesterday, that entire digitization process, and of course, where we're giving subsidies to different organizations, this is not going to happen. Private sector will have the responsibility. Today, you need to develop an ecosystem which must be ready to shoulder this responsibility. Ask yourself, every time going back to the government and asking for subsidies is not something that is permissible, that's not going to be available. What we can do. And here again, we did talk of the red tapeism and of course the bureaucratic delays. And when we talked of implementation part, we all know that is where difficulty comes. And not only in our country, but many other countries. We need to fix it. It's easier said than done. You've heard the ministers say that yesterday, a lot of them, that this is the government's resolve to finish this, but this is a culture. This has to be overcome if you want. Please remember, the dreams are important, and dreams are not the ones that you see while sleeping. Dreams are the ones which keep you awake. And with the dreams, you need to put them in reality. यहाँ पे सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट हिस्सा ये है कि उस ड्रीम को आप रियलिटी में कैसे लेके आते हैं. And of course, that's the leader's job to fix it. And I'm talking of one man who sits at the top, who's the chief executive of the country. And I'll give you an example. And he's the man who's supposed to make sure that his dream comes true. And if his dream has to come true, every segment of that organization is supposed to work to get into that line, get into that direction and do it. And each one of us in this country is supposed to perform his or her own job. That is important. Dreams to reality is one. The second is every challenge will bring an opportunity. And the bigger the challenge is, much bigger is the opportunity. And I'll give you two examples, and two stories, in fact. Lee Kuan Yew, we all know him, absolutely great leader. Singapore. But few things that I was browsing through last night. This man escaped a Chinese concentration camp, because all of us know the history, I'm not going over it, but the Japanese attacked Singapore, and eventually there was a big massacre of the Chinese, and this guy was there, and he escaped somehow, and the entire camp subsequently was eliminated. He goes out to Cambridge, he studies, he comes back, and he had this burning desire of getting his country back on the line. And I strongly recommend to see a few of his earlier stage videos and then see him when he delivered. But he served Singapore for 31 years. And look at the vision that he had. He translated that into reality because there was a continuation of policies. And that is what we talked about when we were talking of implementation. कैसे आप फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर को इनवाइट कर सकते हैं? अगर आपकी continuation of policies नहीं है, how can you invite someone? So that is the key point that we need to understand. But look at this man. Honestly, I salute his determination. And one of his videos, when the Singapore airline decided to be on strike, the pilots, he takes on this head on. And he says, I have built this country. I will make sure it stays on track. You guys want to strike and go out? Out now. Come back to the job and you have 1 hour. Look at the chief executive of a country. His eye is there on everything. And everybody decided to come back. It's only, ladies and gentlemen, this year that the Singapore airline was not the best and the Qatar Airways took over. But of course, Singapore Airlines continues to be the best. It's the leaders' resolve and making sure that every all right, challenges Singapore. What is it? 5 million? Strictly bitly country. The country doesn't have any water to drink. It's an island taken by all the by sea all around. And he develops an ecosystem for the water to be recycled. He makes sure, and of course, Malaysia decided not to give them water. And he completely developed a system. And he brought it from here. There were different languages being spoken. And one of his addresses, he said, we can't even sing together. And what kind of nation are we? And put English into one domain. And you see, industry. They didn't have a single industry when in 1965, then they got independence. Why I'm talking about all? We started a much better place, getting an Air Force at 6 or 8 aeroplanes at best, the piston engine in 1947. You develop your own JF-17. You make your own weapons. You do a lot of other good stuff. But look at this country. And they got independence in 1965, 8th August, I believe. And he began industry development. But do you know what is the ease of doing business index for Singapore? Consistently on the World Bank index, they have been on top on ease of doing business. It's only this year they went to number 2. That is the key. How do you really invite the investors to come in, do business, and it has to be a win and win situation. Earning money is good. That is where you bring the prosperity to your people. Earning money is not bad. And this is not true for the foreign investors. This is true for the local investors also. आप पैसे नहीं कमाएंगे, आप tax नहीं देंगे, तो how will the country grow? So the government has a bigger role now to make sure that they do the ease of doing business. And let me give you another static where we are standing at this time at ease of doing business. When we talk of speaking the truth amongst us, we are 108 out of 190 countries in ease of doing business. And what has happened because of your being here and commitments with the government and the stakeholders standing here, and of course we'll follow up with our reports and whatever that we can do in our humble capacity. This is not right. This needs to be fixed. How can we be out there in getting investors who are there in all the circumstances? The Saudis are coming, we have the Egyptian brothers coming, and we have so many others. This has to be sorted out. And when we talk of one window operation, this should actually mean one window operation. You need 37 clearances to start this, though it does not work like that. It has to be that way. When you bring everything back to the people. And Singapore is a country where spitting is a crime. Look at where they came from and what they have done. And I think the best thing that you do in your organization, that's my, as an elder again, advice to all the corporate leaders here and even the public sector. What is your succession planning? You'll do well. You'll move out. But then what have you decided? Everybody has to go. And he did not nominate his son to be the prime minister. He put him into a system of politics. And of course, Lee himself won all the elections. People were happy with him. There was employment. There was prosperity. Now, this is the model that we as a country need to follow. All right. I have a lot of friends here who might have heard me a couple of times, and I gave an example. My apologies, I'm going to repeat it. But this is our country's example. ये हमारे मुल्क की example है. अपने मुल्क को भी देख लेना कि हम लोग भी कैसे चीज़ें कर सकते हैं. And I'll try and go very quick on this. You remember when we were into this terrorism spell and there were attacks and everything going on, and one of our air bases got hit by the terrorists. And of course, this was all planned by our enemies. And these terrorists were not nomads. They were the best trained people with all the weaponry and the electronics and the intelligence. And two of our SAB aeroplanes, the AVAX aeroplanes, which are the masterminds, they got hit and very badly damaged. So we had asked SAB, come in, recover the aeroplanes, and they said $375 million, and we will not certify the aeroplanes. And I said, how can you repair an aeroplane still not certify it? And that's where the meeting ended. We had two engineers, put up on the job of recovering the aeroplanes, the both PhDs, absolutely star people, and they're still doing a good job, and began the certification agency plan. And they went around the world. Look at the talent that this country has. Ladies and gentlemen, in 1 year, these two boys, group captains, they worked on it, and Pakistan, not PF, Pakistan became the 5th certification agency of the world. We recovered these two aeroplanes. I am here to share exact cost. We spent $25 million, but I'm not here to compare 375 and 25. The best is we got certification at hand. So bigger challenges, bigger opportunities there are. And that is how we moved on. And we said, why can't we make the sophisticated weapons ourselves? And the boys said, yes, why not? We can. So aapke as leadership, aapka kaam hai, you lead from the front, take the people into the field, take them, encourage them. And as leaders, our job is to give them the right environment. That's it. Give a pat on the back, give them the right environment, and they shall deliver. This is my faith. And we went on sophisticated weapons. So while we were doing this to some of the so-called superpowers for the weapons, now we're doing this. Now we are supplying those weapons to rest of the countries. Make it ourselves. What's the big deal? Now, had that not happened, and now I'm sure you're all in the corporate sector, you understand, continuation of regimes, one after another. Of course, the man who took after me, he understood what's going on. And that is what a big lesson that at the political level we need to also understand. Pakistan important hai. Government से important नहीं है कि किसके पास government है और किसके कितने वजीर हैं और क्या. So this next man and the next man, and today Pakistan has a complete network of NASTAPs, National Aerospace Technology Parks. From an aviation city, you moved out to the entire country. And what you're doing here is put all the technology centers into different cities. So we have our aviation city in Kamra, where we develop fighter jets, we develop weapons, we do rest of the things. But then this has gone out to the public. We may wear uniform, we may not wear uniform. We all Pakistanis. We all need to get in there together. All right. Collaborations. This is, I believe, what we learned from the COVID-19 was not about layoffs. No, COVID-19 was all about developing relationships, all about working in different environments. And collaborations came out as one of the derivatives from that time. Collaborations within the governments, and I'm going to make a very important point here. should the governments of the two countries look at the business in terms of their political relationship? Don't give me the time slips. Okay. All right. If you're not friendly relations with somebody, why can't you do business with them? I mean, you need to bring prosperity and education to your own people. Now, ये तो शायद बात करना भी हम गुनाह समझते हैं कि बात करेंगे तो कोई पता नहीं क्या हो जाएगा, कुछ नहीं होगा. I mean, you got complete Iran exploring minerals and everything. And if you look at the Google map, you have a line here, Pakistan, and you don't have mineral exploration. I'm not sure about how much minerals do we have, but the least estimated on the net that I saw on the presentations we've had with the mineral ministry, minimum minerals that we have in this country is $6 trillion. And an estimate, the higher side is $36 trillion. Wow. But उस ड्रीम का कोई फायदा नहीं है जिसको आप रियलाइज ना कर सके. So extend your relationships 360. You can resolve your issues. Dialogue. What has Europe done after World War II? They gone in and the Euro trains running and the Euro currency coming and all this. They didn't want a World War III within the Europe. So I think जब तक economic stakes इकट्ठी नहीं होंगी, उस वक्त तक stability और security के भी issues रहेंगे. So I think we need to actually revisit government to government relationship and the business. Government to private sector is something that we really, and again I'm requesting the private sector to look at the ecosystem that you have. The government has now become willing to move and shoulder that responsibility on you. If that be the case, are you ready? आप इस मुल्क से पढ़ने बाहर गए थे. You spent this country's money when you studied in the Harvards and MITs and everybody. You come back. But then convert this complete capacity out to the public sector. Public sector is too busy doing a lot of things on the policy formulation, so many things. It has to go hands in gloves. The public sector, the private sector, if we really want to bring prosperity and happiness to this country, inshallah. Academia industry, we had a discussion here and I have my own viewpoint on this. Academia says it's the industry's responsibility and industry says it's the academia responsibility and HSC issues some instructions to do this. Sorry. It is the industry who should understand that the graduates who come out, they're going to be utilized by you. Saying, no, they're no good, does not solve the problem. It's you who will have to take step forward. You have to be on the university boards, which I think we're making efforts to put, and you have to actually decide the curriculums, what these guys are going to. And my advice is, they're not reading the curriculum. They should not be reading the curriculums of today. They should be reading the curriculums of tomorrow. And I think a very good comment came on. A very good comment came on that these technology guys, they really, with us elderly people, they really play havoc with our minds. And today somebody said the softwares will not be the required thing in some times to come. And I was wondering, how could that happen? But then we're talking of artificial intelligence, we're talking of accelerated artificial intelligence. And what we need to, last 1 or 2 points, we all fail to understand the next generation. And we have to. अगर हम नहीं समझेंगे अपने next generation को, तो हम उनको कैसे परवरिश देंगे, हमको कैसे समझेंगे? You ask me time and I'll say it is 14:10, but you ask your son, he'll look at the mobile and he'll say 14:11. It's not a small point. My son working in IBM, we're returning 12 o'clock night in a Bermuda. And I said, where are you coming from? And he said, I'm coming from office. And I said, you went to office in this dress? I said, Dad, does it impact my work? I cannot understand. And these two examples are, they think totally differently. And we have to adopt, we don't have to force them to do this. So last few points, because Rabi is standing here all the way. Sorry. Okay. So we need to do our homeworks right. When we went into climate change and all those things, we have to understand what are the regulatory requirements. We need to do a lot of hard work to make sure the cases we take, there is so much of funding on this, we can't even imagine. Zero tolerance for corruption. And corruption is not only financial. If somebody is incompetent, he can't perform his job, no nepotism, nothing, get them out. Agri and technology are the keys, and we have the controls, we need to handle that. And last but not the least, empower women. We are at a tragically low, at 20%. Our rural area is fantastic. We work in the rural areas, they're so energetic, they really want to embrace. So ये हमारी duty है कि we need to take education to them and we need to train them. I'm sure about Pakistan's future. There are no two ways. We shall succeed, inshallah. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Sir Sohail. I was gathering the courage to empower myself to come and request you. So was Aneza. Thank you very much, sir. I think your pride as a soldier and your pride on being Pakistani is what all of us are taking home from this. We are a bit over time, and I think people are really hungry, so we're going to do the souvenir presentation quickly. I'd request all the worthy speakers to please rise for the souvenir presentation, and I'd request Mr. Amir Shahzad to please do the honors quickly. So, right. All right. So, Amir, if you could please first present the book to Mr. Alessandro Ferrin. Dr. Jihad Al-Nakla, if you could please receive this small token of our appreciation. This book, Dr. Al-Nakla, will keep reminding you of leaders in Islamabad and of Pakistanis and Pakistan. Last but not the least, Sir Sohail Aman, if you could please receive your token as well. Yes, we'd like you to have one. And now for the last group photo of today, I'd request Usman to please join us. Usman Yusuf, Director, Nutshell Communications.
ये थोड़ा म्यूजिक बंद कर दीजिएगा प्लीज. I believe on women empowerment, and this is not a lip service. In nutshell, 40% management is actually women. And soon we are inducting more effective and productive women also in our workforce actually. So we decided to engage our three outstanding women to moderate this entire summit. Rabia Ahmed, the Chief Operating Officer, and the Director, Marunisa Azhar, the Chief Disruption Officer, and Shaha Tariq, the Head of Content and Storytelling. All of you are requested to please join us here. And I request the Chairman of Al Baraka Bank to please present the books to all three women moderators of our summit.
Thank you very much for that, Asfar. I don't think I even need to tell you what comes next. But before what comes next, we really need to thank a number of parties. I'm not going to take names because that will keep you away from your food. I'd really like to thank all our partners and sponsors, all of them here. We'd like to thank all the speakers. I think it has been outstanding. We had an absolutely amazing 2 days, some brilliant content coming in. We spoke about a very big range of topics. We'd also like to thank all of you, the audience. It's actually you who's made this very special, so you can clap for yourselves if you're not too hungry. Wonderful audience yesterday and today, absolutely amazing. Now there are a few groups of people that must be thanked. We must thank Saqib and the sound team that has been working in the background. You haven't seen their faces, but they're the real heroes. So Saqib, your team, and 2 of our team members who've been working from there. The volunteers, we've had students from various universities in Islamabad who have become part of our team for this summit. So thank you all the volunteers. Thank you very much. Thank you Serena Hotel. And thank you Nutshell team, all of you. Absolutely wonderful. So with this, I think all of you can go eat. Good. Okay, so food is served.
The product that we have, which is credit guarantees, can effectively be wrapped around any bond, any market instrument, or any loan. And the idea is that the proceeds of that loan or that bond